You liked it after hitting it at first? Yeah, it's fun. Tend to run towards or away from flares. Yeah, when my team and I play trios, if we fight, if we shoot like anything, well, a lot of the time, like if we start the game and we're shooting robots and shit, we just instantly just post up and just wait for a team to rush us. It's like it's crazy, dude. The moment you shoot or like a flare goes off, the whole fucking server just comes like running. It's ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous. All right, fuck it. Let's just send a solo. Why not? Wait, I need to go to the dam, right? Gotta go to the pattern house. Oh wait, you guys can't hear the game, can you? Can you? Okay, whoops. My bad. Dota 2 is partnering with Monster Hunter. Really? How is that gonna work?
Go to the pattern house. Shani here. The pattern house is north of the dam. You'll recognize it by its, well, you can guess.
Can you go up on this bridge? I'll be honest, dude, just like going to just kind of like exploring in this game is such a vibe though. At least for me. Does anyone know what the best way to like farm blueprints is? 'Cause I've been kind of curious about that. Don't ask you. Do we be friendly, chat, or do we just try to murder everybody? Somebody already calling the lift? I think you can get blueprints in these. Hold on, I gotta... It's getting hot in my room, dude. Do I talk to the randos? Yeah. Yeah, I use like open mic. Solo just to loot sim? I mean, it's whatever you want it to be. Is that here? Find and flip the power switch. Whatever, I just want to do my quest. That it? Antenna installation on the roof. I gotta say, this game does give me, like... This game gives me a lot of anxiety. What level am I? 63. You nerd? Yeah, I know. I think it's this thing. When you're strapped for resources. See, that's the thing. It's like... Something is like wrong with my brain. It's just like I don't want, like I have so much loot and it doesn't even like matter if I die like at all, but I still feel anxious, you know? You know what I'm saying? Dude, there's so many toasters in here. What the fuck? I feel like the pacing when I play solo just kind of bores me though. Like I could just run around and just try to like hunt people down. But I feel like playing slow is like the way. What's that sound? Sounds... What is that? Go make so many allies playing solo, it gets silly. Well, the thing is, like, a lot of... I mean, unless streamers are hiding queues, like, a lot of people are going to be stream sniping. Because they want to, like, be on the stream. At least for, like, really big streamers. Watch there be some dude, like, fucking camping the building. He's just, like, waiting for me. I'm gonna go out the window, just in case. I don't think that's happening. I doubt it. Got a good amount of loot, but I also kind of want to kill somebody. Wait, did I finish the quest? Did. Yeah, I have the security locker perk. Oh goodness. The rockets here. I'm gonna pull this and see if anybody shows up. Did that aggro to me? I don't think so. Or did it? I actually don't know. It's so, like, foggy when you're looking outside. Oh, God. Rocketeers are, like, the worst thing ever in this game. Playing with the team gives you a bit of Fortnite vibes. Whatever. I'm out of here. Epic run, chat. This Rocketeer is just gonna ruin everything, so whatever. I mean, I just want to do the quest. Yeah, a lot of people are friendly, for sure. I feel like I should just sell, like, all of this stuff. Corey is suffering. It's just, this is just stupid. Like, I have too much stuff. I have too much stuff. What do I even need wires for? Dumper emote? Huh? Alright.
I know that look. Excellent. I know one. I just need you to establish.
Oh, you get a
brief
snap hook.
connection so I can
Control
get to my
tower on spaceport. Oh, we're definitely gonna run into people there. Well, most likely. I don't know if I should bring a Stitcher. I kind of like the shotgun, but I feel like it's that good. Maybe if I upgrade it. Uses so many of the mechanical components, though. I honestly don't know what to do about my stash, chat. It's like, do I just start... bring a hatch key? I can... I don't know what to get rid of, you know what I mean? Give you some... Like, I actually need to just, like, give away stuff. Get rid of everything not purple. But that's not... Purple doesn't mean best, necessarily. Like... I mean, I could get rid of, like, the Berletta 4. But, I mean, I'm not gonna, like... I don't know, all these anvils are really good. Anvil 4 is really good, that's Venator 4s, Torrentes, Renegade 4s. Like, I can't really scrap these. I could scrap the Ospreys, or maybe I could bring an Osprey, I guess. I don't really like this gun that much, but... You have so many guns? Yeah. Yeah. I feel like this tactical MK3 kind of sucks as well. We could just put one of those on. It is nice having all those slots, but 16 backpack slots? Like, dude, this is nothing. It's nothing, man. Oh, it's the launch tower. I have a serious problem. Yeah. Not dying enough. Yeah. All right. I'll try to kill somebody this time. Where do I need to go? Control tower A6.
Go to the control tower. This is Shani speaking. The equipment in control tower A6 is some of the most advanced I have at my disposal. I can't afford having a gap in my data.
I'm curious, you guys like night raids, chat? I find them, I don't know. I tried doing a few night raids last night in like trios, and it was like not unplayable, but it was so bad in terms of there was just so many people. Like the moment anyone fires, the entire server runs to that spot. Like everybody in a night raid is just out for blood. From my experience.
Bro, you just got the gun of the century, brother. Good luck.
Thank you. There's somebody else here. What is going on? What's this fucking guy doing, dude? I want to kill this guy, but I don't know. Dude, this is the thing about solos. Like, I just want to bait the body. He might not even know the body's there, though. What is this guy doing, dude? I swear I heard. Am I tweaking? Wait, I think I just saw him. Did I just see him or was that a tumbleweed? Bro, I am losing it right now, guys. This is like full schizo simulator. Okay. Well, that was maybe a little bit too cautious, I reckon. Might just get out of here. Bro, most riveting 10 minutes of a stream ever. Yeah. See, this is the problem though, dude. I'm like, in solo, I just play like such a... Like, I need other people to get me to play aggressively. I really wanted to kill that guy in there. I was hoping he would have went for the body, but he didn't. I guess he didn't even know the body was there. The thing is, I barely have any fucking space. What was that sound? Was that me stepping on that? I'm like absolute tweaker mode right now. Goodbye. You die in game, you don't die in real life. Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta run it down. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Alright, well, we got an osprey. Dude, that person, when they died, they're like, enjoy, like, an amazing gun. So I was expecting them to have, like, 2 level 4, like, purples or something. And then they had just an Osprey 2 and a Stitcher 4. Can I use a heavy shield with this? I need to just play like a psycho. I need to just try. I think we should just like go in and just play like a crazy person. We need to lose gear. I don't have fucking space, bro. I don't have space for anything.
Reminder, any unauthorized tampering with power lines is prohibited. Looking at you, Sector F.
Actually, I kind of wanted that. I don't know. The healing augment slots are kind of nice, though. Um, I don't like the thing is should I just like sell some of these keys? They don't sell for anything. But maybe I'll get some blueprints out of them though. I try to use some of the gun parts, I guess, to upgrade guns. It's a bit better. And the smokes. Can bring in the snap blast grenades. And bring in the defibs to revive somebody, I guess. Bring in the stims. We have a ton of stims too. All right. You hate when games like Ark come along? Yeah? Prefer when I do solo stuff? I mean, I'm playing by myself. Is that not solo? Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, we'll bring in this thing. It's almost broken anyways. I'm so bad at, like, the menuing in this game, even though I've played it so much. Wait, didn't I have a quest here? Oh yeah, I was supposed to go to the control tower and then I, like, ran into somebody. Alright. Solo is not solo. Wait, Mitch, did I see you type a message earlier? You weren't trolling? Yeah, I know, it's fine. It's all good, man. It's all good. I'll ask Spicy if he wants to play. Yui. You know, one thing I've noticed is in solos, you arrive, like, late a lot of the time. Finished all the quests and expedition. I need cooling fans for the expedition. Does anyone know where to get those? I've been literally stuck on that for, like, the past 3 days. That would help me... That would help me, like, clear my stash up a bit, I reckon. Also, these trigger nades are, like, super broken. The spaceport launch towers. Research and admin. I see. Do I have any loot goals? Cooling fans, I guess. The space travel building on Buried City. Yeah, I guess you can get it in like multiple different locations. God damn it. Should I go on the inside? I should probably go through the tunnels. I'm not sure where the tunnel entrance.
Let's move to that location.
Well, fuck it. How are you not fucking dead, bruh? Am I getting shot from somewhere else? What the f... I'm gonna go around the back. How many fucking shots did I put into you? Cool skin. I need to turn my gamma up. Can't see anything. Okay. Well, I like how the hatch keys are in such like these spots in this. I don't know. My inventory's kind of full. I want to do that quest, but now I kind of want to just get out of here. Sounds like there's shots there, though. Important that I escape with all this loot I have no room for. Yeah, but then it's like, but why do I even bother, like, killing somebody if... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. See, that's the point. That's like, I'm at this point now where it's like, I have so much loot. Like, yeah, you're right. I don't even really need this shit.
Let's go to the control tower.
Do I have a zip line? No. No, I haven't finished the expedition yet. I mean, once this... Once this lift goes down, then I can probably hit up control tower. Could maybe kill somebody at the lift. Dude, the sound in this game, like, really fucks me up. I thought I heard something. I think it was just me, like, running over this pipe. Is that me? Bro, I am hearing things.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
It's a dead guy here. Probably looted. Oh, hello. I didn't know there was a security locker in here. Another osprey. Alright, where do I go? Connection from the terminal.
Got the logs. And there's a lot to unpack here. We'll need some time to go through this. Get home safe, Raider.
There's no way anybody's fucking here. If they were, that would be shocking. Maybe I can snipe somebody, though, just for fun. I feel like the lobby's just dead at this point. There's only 6 minutes left. I'm gonna take the hatch down there, but... Can you open the Raider hatch key when you're like camp extract? No, I mean I'm already pretty full on loot anyways. The only people that are going to be in this area right now are people doing the like using a Raider hatch key. What was that sound? Where is the last extract? I don't even think I have an angle on it from here. And we should probably just leave. Is there good loot on the bottom here?
All Raiders, arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Is there a player, or is that the bots just... No way anybody's still around. I want to see if anybody hit this security locker here. Somebody probably did, but you never know. We've got a hatch key. We're chilling, dude. We're big chilling. Yeah, but the thing is, most people don't bring hatch keys. On my shirt, Doge. Security breaches are too strong. They're pretty good, yeah.
Let's head home at the control hatch.
Do these ones have... I don't think these ones have a security locker in them. I can check, though. What's up, Loco?
Last warning. 2 minutes left. Head back immediately. The window is closing.
All right. We made it. Try hard too. All right, well, now we have 5 guns to put in the stash. Maybe we should just, like, scrap them. Actually, you know what? We should, scrap all and start collecting again. You have no space, just scrap. But I don't want to scrap level 4 weapons, man. Maybe we should bring a Torrente too. Scrap the green shit, but they're all Anvil 4s and Toro 4s. So what? You'll never use them? Yeah, but even if I scrap them, it's still just gonna turn into other parts. And then on top of that, all of the attachments on the guns are gonna go into my fucking inventory. So then what? Then I just throw away all the attachments and all the guns? Like, gotta run it down more? Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, I need the cooling fans, chat. That's what I freaking need. I'll sell some of the simple gun parts. And then... I have another attachment. Grab the gray weapons. I do kind of like Stitchers though, and they have full like mags. They have full attachments. The Stitcher's actually pretty fucking good, not gonna lie. Yeah, I mean, once I get the cooling fans, then I can actually get rid of a lot of this shit. This man will never have space. Yeah. Probably. Can't let go of anything. What if I want to use it, though? I have 8 El Toros. Yeah, let me get rid of these other ones. I guess I could have put the attachments on the level 4 ones. Whatever. Whatever, dude. Alright.
That quiet confidence suit, those logs were absolutely
I want to get the recipe for this snap hook. Seems sick.
You look ready for an upgrade.
Alright. It's funny that you can get a mag attachment for this thing. Like, it already has so much ammo. Wait, which one is it that gives? Torrente. +4 ammo, baby. Huge. Is this for the Torrente? Oh, it is. Like, my blueprints are so bad, man. I don't have, like, anything good. Kinda sucks. More people getting it on the Electrostorm spaceport. Wait, getting what? What are you talking about? Oh, the snap hook blueprint. Yeah, people are saying like blueprints are tied to locations and they're not actually completely random. I don't know if that's true. Yeah, I've gotten some of my best blueprints from the trials. Mm-mm-mm. Also, does anyone in chat know how to do this hidden bunker event? Because we tried it one time, but it was like, I had no idea what was going on. I think we downloaded like 15 computers worth of data and then nothing happened. Still unknown what happens, so no one's figured it out, really. The thing is, I almost wonder if it's just doesn't actually work. I mean, maybe that's not the case, but like, when we went to this bunker, we were falling out of bounds. Like, the walls weren't even loading in, which made me wonder, like, is this... It feels like, clearly they didn't put much, testing into the bunker. Yeah, we activated the antennas and then we went to the bunker, but we couldn't figure it out. I guess nobody knows how still. There's a wiki page. Bunker puzzle, missing info. Yeah, nobody knows how to do it. That's crazy. How does nobody know how to do it yet? I almost wonder if it's like bugged, like it just doesn't work. Yeah, I don't know. Can the game not be data mined? I guess not. I really thought it would have been figured out by now. Friendly, don't shoot, then shooting. I could not do that. That's too evil, man. But I get it. Well, Spicy said he was down to play. He said, give him a minute though. I think Mitch is down to play too. Let me call up Spicer. The Spicer himself. Oh, I don't think Chad can hear you. Just fighting my stash, you know. I killed like 2 or 3 people, but then I had like 6 guns to put away in my stash.
I watched for a few minutes. I don't know how many games ago it was, but you were just like crouching outside of a building waiting for a guy, and then he never came, and then just left or something.
Yeah, yeah, it was uneventful. I killed somebody, and as they died, they were like, "Oh, I got some like really good shit." So I was like kind of worried, but then they didn't actually have very good stuff.
I played like 2 games with Grace before this, and I'm like so sure that there's either gear-based matchmaking or like some kind of MMR or something.
Yeah,
Those
I believe
were
it.
insane. Everyone was gray guns, and nobody knew what was going on. It was like night and day for more matches.
Yeah. Yeah, when it's like me, you, and Zeke, it's like sweat central, dude. Everybody's got like level 4 like epic shields.
I was wondering if it was like duo lobbies maybe that are like that, but I don't think so. Because I think if you were to play duo, I think it wouldn't be that.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, there is like literally a ranking system in the game, so I think people were saying that the devs said there's nothing like that, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Sounds like BS.
I think they originally said that there was some kind of gear-based matchmaking or something, and then they like reiterated right before the game came out that they were gonna focus on putting solos with solos and like trios with trios. But when there's like 700,000 people on the game, they might have enough people where they can put solos with solos and trios with trios and still have gear-based matchmaking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't know.
You regularly run into people with gear that way out classes yours? Yeah.
Is Mitch right now?
He's in a solo. Me.
I'm geared up now. We can try duo while we wait if you want.
Yeah, we can. I'm down. Are you hiding? Are you like appearing offline or something?
I was. Go online. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, I
Spaceport or good old Blue Gate.
I have 2 on Buried City. So
I'm down to go Buried City.
Yeah, let's do it.
Like that map.
Maybe I can finally lose some gear.
Yeah, I saw your guns in your stash. You gotta start bringing like 2 blues a game or something.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I do bring like 2 guns most of the time, but I guess a lot of the time I'll just bring like a level 4 of like and then a Stitcher on the side. I still really like the Stitcher, but
Yeah, that's what I do usually. So.
yeah.
Except for like the Venator, I usually bring that gun by itself because I don't really need anything else with that gun.
Yeah. Yeah. The gun is so good. At least when it's fully
It's
upgraded.
really broken.
It's like what? I think it's almost 70% extra fire rate when it's max level. It's like absurd,
it's
some of the
insane.
guns.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a nerf on that at some point.
I could ask Larks if she wants to join us too. I mean, Mitch was messaging me earlier, but I'll go ask her.
Alright.
Oh. Got an Anvil 4 and a Charente 2. Ought to freaking go full auto with this thing.
Apollo speaking. See if you can find any traces of that family, and please hurry.
I need to go to the red tower.
It's like...
Let's go
Oh,
to
it's
the
actually
red
marked in
tower.
the map, yeah.
So were you running into like a lot of 3-mans in duos still, or you think it's...
We ran into a few trios. I think we ran into like one duo and the rest were trios, yeah.
Gotcha.
But people were like...
Really
it
bad.
was insane. Like, nobody wanted to fight. They were all
Yeah.
trying to comp, like friendly. Like it was just a whole different game.
Yeah.
It was insane. Yeah, Grace has been like complaining about that to me because she's at the point where she's like bored of the friendly thing. She just wants to kill
Yeah.
people. And I'm like, I don't know. She's like every time she says something about it, I'm like, you played a different game than me because like no one, and even in my solos, no one is really trying to be friendly
Yeah.
anymore. Like it's pretty rare.
We found one friendly person last night. That was surprising. That team, like, asked us to stop shooting them.
Oh,
I think
yeah,
that was the
yeah.
only time, though.
Yeah, I assume we'll likely be fighting trios in this game, so.
Yeah. Like right where we came from.
Yeah. Like there's usually people all around here.
Is this a quest thing? Oh, it's a supply drop.
It's a pine jump. Could hit it for the trials.
Rock chat is fun.
Where's the
yeah.
first wave? Now that we shot our guns.
Yeah, true.
I forgot what you actually have to do here. Oh, I think it's
find the
I think
battery
it's down
cell.
here. Yeah. It is down below here. You have to like grab this and then put it in there.
There.
Ah.
And then you have to flip it on, I think. And then you have to go in this building. Actually, I think it's back up on the roof.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm repairing that
This
gen.
thing.
Did you play DBD, Spicy? I think you got kind of into it before, right?
DVD, yeah, I put like 1,000 hours in like a year.
Gotcha. That was like recent too, right? That you got into it ish.
Yeah, 2023.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think I did like 200 or 300 hours. Played it for like a month or two straight. A lot of fun. Did you play Killer or did you play Survivor?
When I first started playing, I was
Oh,
playing
there's
Killer,
the locker
but
here. Gotcha.
yeah, no, I just played Survivor. Trying to fuck with Killers and Survivor is way more fun. What was your other mission on here?
Got a Venator too. I don't know if I should use that or the Torrente. You want this thing?
I would. Anvil and a Toro 4. Okay.
A
Okay.
Venator. Here.
Oh, was your other one the one that you
red
have to go, like,
markers.
follow the red markers?
Yeah.
Okay. Red mark.
Double loot goblin pop. Yo, what's up, Nico?
Go to that location.
Quiet raid.
Oh, there's a guy on the roof back there.
Like where we just came from?
Yeah.
Surely not chasing us. I think your quest is this thing.
Over there.
Got some good memory, man. You're
From
like, you're
Tarkov, dude. I have so many
Oh.
Tarkov tasks memorized too from doing
you
the.
need an anvil blueprint?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
Also, like, just did all these tasks like yesterday. I think.
Yeah, that definitely helps.
Pretty fresh. You're like only one task behind me, pretty much on all of them.
If you want to go fight people, I'm down now.
I was
Down for
inside
whatever.
somewhere. We definitely need to be the third party or the fourth or
Yeah.
fifth party.
Yeah.
It's like so windy. There's so much wind in my ears. That was in here, right? Oh yeah, that extract is like open.
Can you jump to that zip?
You can't fucking unless did they fix it yet? No, you can't mantle this fucking wall.
Oh yeah.
It's so stupid.
Wait, how?
I was curious if you could like jump to it from this or something. Oh, you can't even get on top of this.
I don't know about
I
that
feel like
one.
this isn't gonna end well, but get ready to pick me up.
All right.
Sick. Okay. Nice.
Yeah.
I don't even think they're in there. I think they're on the fucking extract. Where they're fighting. They didn't actually call
By the
yet.
hospital.
We're still sitting down there, but I mean, if we're actually just gonna run in and call it, probably. Or we'll just die.
Well, it's up
I
to
don't know
you.
if I really want to push into that. That feels like death.
I have a trigger nade. If I had a juicy one, maybe.
Oh, maybe. Why did it go away? Oh, they called it. I just left. Well, you just trying to loot around?
Yeah, we
Place is
can.
pretty good for loot.
Sure.
Oh, they looted this. Little bastards. Where was everyone this raid? It was such a quiet raid.
Another floor might. Isn't there like multiple floors on this? They didn't make
Yeah,
the
there's a
bottom
few
one.
more.
I need cooling fans, man. Oh, actually, wait, can we go space travel? Apparently, you can get them there.
Where's that at? Oh, the one right there.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Not really sure what the best way there is. I guess just go on the ground floor.
My bad.
All good.
Do you need these still? Did you already do that?
Shut medical kit.
Nah. I got everything maxed.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm going outside.
Alright. Not the back, but I would be there.
How do we get into this thing? Zipline, I guess.
That entrance over here. Oh, right there.
So where are these cooling fans, chat? It's like... People said it's in here somewhere.
What do you need cooling fans for?
For the expedition stuff.
Oh, okay. I haven't really looked at that yet. I need to start looking at those.
PCs and servers, so like these. Well, not this, but the other thing I opened. Oh, I got one. Need two.
Yeah, this building was looted out too. No, I got one if you want it.
Okay. Okay, good.
You want to just reset? There's nothing going on.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
just-
I mean, I'm just glad I got the cooling fans, honestly.
Yep.
I only need two.
I didn't get like shit out of this, but I'm done just resetting
Yeah.
again.
Hey, Rita.
Wanna drop me that thing? Yep.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
This one's so open.
Use the library metro entrance.
Any blaze nades? It's a bombardier.
I have a wolf pack.
Well, facts kind of suck against them.
Yeah. Yeah. I really want to like try to get better like blueprints.
I don't really know the best way to do that.
No, me neither. Somebody was saying that the blue gate, that like that tunnel room has the best chance for like the MK3 augments. Cause that's where you found one before too, I think.
Or Zeke going on, yeah.
Yeah.
Dead fella down here. Might be dead people on the other side that you could loot.
Are like huge spicy. Oh my god, he's full.
Wait, do you steal my drip?
Yeah.
Just scratched it too by dying?
You need pillows.
No, not anymore.
Alright, I'm coming in.
There was only 2 dead people. It just made me to believe maybe that was another duo. Feels like there's a few more duos when we play duo, because whenever we play trio, I don't think we ever see duos.
Yeah. I got 2 quests done. That was nice.
Sick.
Probably on like the same ones you are now. Maybe you're still one ahead.
Oh, Mitch is in here. Fuck.
Oh, that just cleared up a bit of stash. That was good. Finally got those stupid cooling fans. I've been stuck on it for like 3 days.
I'm gonna call the group that Mitch was in.
Okay.
How we living, Spice?
We're making it. Just lived one with nothing. I got nothing, but
Nothing happened.
I lived.
Class.
There's 2 cars that have 100% spawn rate of light bulbs. Really? On dam.
Ooh, I need some light bulbs.
Where are they? Curious.
You came to the right place.
What map do you have now? Just
You have what?
what map do you have now?
Oh,
For quest?
for quest.
You've handled it, haven't you?
I'm watching the epic lore.
Nice.
It used to be their world up there. It used to be madness.
Here for your reward?
I've been curing.
Are you addicted as well, Mitch?
Still nothing.
you could say so.
Need to kill a
Yeah.
leaper
Why
and
spaceport would
spaceport.
need a medical room.
Pretty addicting. You have spaceport.
Yeah. Is that what you needed?
It really is.
I have one spaceport, yeah.
What's your other one?
My other one's Blue Gate.
Oh, gotcha.
I'll
Yeah, I
just
guess we can
hold
go
up.
Favorite
spaceport.
map.
I have to bring the trench towers key. I've never been in there.
Oh, for the quest?
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's like that tower that we saw those guys in. The bombardier dropped on the roof. That's right.
The white car on the south of the electrical substation. I see.
All right, I'm bringing a hatch key just in case.
Sounds good.
Really
Alright,
just
we'll
to free
fight.
up space, but I'll be right back. Okay.
Same action.
Ooh, hopefully they're back in time, guys.
Alright, I'm back.
All right, where do we have to go?
Go to the north tower. Quick on your
I have to
feet,
go all the
Raider,
way up
because
there.
the
I'm not
Reaper
sure
does
what
not
he
take any
needs.
prisoners. Remember the flag.
Yeah.
Stand tall and stand proud.
Oh, we're really late.
Oh shit, we are.
This is like the latest possible spawn.
Yeah, I really only experienced that in solos. We'll see what happens.
Are we good? I'm good. I'm back. Sorry.
Welcome back. Where do you need to go?
Departure.
We spawned in
and-
very late, by the way.
Oh yeah, shit. Departure building and then medical exam room. Search for the records. I feel like I've fucking done this quest before. What the fuck?
Let's go to the departure building.
Actually, I think it was like loot 2 items in the exam room. Some, I don't know. The quests in this game kind of suck.
Yeah, I
Our
wish they
quests
gave
are a
like
lot more
XP
exciting.
at least or something.
It'd be cool if there was quests that like spawned, like made like unique things happen on the map.
Yeah.
Or then a lot of it's just like loot something or just like interact with something.
I wish
You say
there
the
was more kill
Tarkov?
quests in this game. Tarkov has a lot of kill quests, like
Oh, yeah.
focus quests, like killing people with
Oh.
certain guns or wearing certain
Needs to
armor
be
and
fun.
stuff.
Yeah, it's like that the hidden bunker doesn't really give you a reward for doing
You
it.
wanna see if they hit the locker room real quick?
Yeah.
Maybe I can find a light bulb in there.
I finally got the damn perk.
Oh, you got the locker perk?
Yeah, I've just been running around
Nice.
and going to
It's,
all of
it's
them.
all yours then, buddy. I've opened enough of these damn things.
Ooh, smokes, nice. An arpeggio.
Gross.
If anyone's dying for it.
Nope. Throw that thing in the trash.
Yeah, I just immediately recycle it.
Hey, people above us.
They just zip.
Alright, yeah, we should try to get out of this
Like
room.
outside, you think? Or
I don't know. Definitely think there's someone here somewhere.
I'm watching the stairs.
Let's go to the North Trench Tower.
I gotta go to the
Suspects.
medical exam room in here. So.
Oh, in here, yeah. Okay. What's up here? I think it's over here. Yeah, and then the thing you need is like here.
Gotcha.
Oh, yeah, there's fabric on the ground here. Yeah, these are opened. These drawers are open.
Yeah, and
Oh
everything.
wait, I forgot. I
is-
forgot we spawned.
We joined solo.
Yeah.
There's like
Alright,
people that
well,
entered, but
I do need to destroy a
Still there.
leaper. I do have 2 blaze grenades as well.
I'm trying to remember where that one spawns that you can.
It
cheese.
spawns,
I
like,
think
by
it's on
the
opposite
tunnel.
side.
We can go through the tunnel system, maybe?
Okay. The fuck?
What's happening?
This dude surprised me.
I think it's on this end that it spawns on.
Is that you shooting at them there, Mitch?
Just the little roly-poly was chasing me. But that was like
Okay.
20 seconds ago.
Oh, okay. I think I heard somebody else then.
Oh, maybe this isn't the spot actually. I don't think it is.
This looks like the spot.
Nah, this is the one that I was thinking of, anyways. I gotta go to the tower over here.
Alright. I think a leaper can be in this area as well.
Yeah, it definitely can spawn near the escape.
Oh, you have the trench tower key?
Yeah.
Because there's 2 different key doors. I don't know. Do you know which one you need to use?
This thing just says trench tower. I think it opens both, but I need to go to the north. My quest
There,
said.
by the North
Okay.
Trench Tower.
This way to
And
go
then
closer.
just fucking die.
What's going on? Wait, what's going on in chat? Are people arguing? I'm just chilling, man. I'm vibing.
There's like something big that spawns over here. I don't know if it's a leaper or a bastion or something, but
Yeah.
It's a bastion or a bombardier.
Could open up the map. There's one that spawns here.
That location.
Oh yeah, there's one near the kind of like the fuel rad things.
Yeah.
The control center.
Hi, Grace.
I don't know if this key is any good or if it's just for the quest.
I'll hit up the loot. Never know.
Got a volcano out of this open box.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Actually, a surprising amount of stuff in that thing.
I think the loot in here is pretty good.
Yeah, I'm getting a fair amount of stuff. Actually. Even from like the breach containers.
Yeah.
What rarity is the key?
Green.
I think it's green. Yeah.
I finished.
Oh yeah, if you have a zip line, you can just get in the building, I think, or at least the locker
Any of
room.
the I think someone might have put a zip line outside.
Oh yeah, somebody zipped across too.
I saw like this zip. I don't know where this goes though.
There's one on top of the building. If
It
you want to
wasn't
get
like
across.
looted.
I mean, if I take the zip up, can you get inside from here without the key?
Yeah, I think so. There's
door just
doors that might need to be opened. Really.
No, you can actually just get it. Oh no, this is locked, I think. Maybe.
Well, I don't see the leaper. Maybe. How do I get down from here? Oh wait, we're on this side, so you can just go. Yeah,
Yeah,
you
all
need the
this
key, but you
looting.
can hit the lockers with the zip. That's kind of nice.
Bombardier just spawned over.
Bombardier, over there.
I could kill it for money.
Yeah, I need 2 drives.
Down and kill it.
Roll. It didn't work.
I don't know how to get down from there actually.
There's gotta be a way.
Did you put the zip line that goes between the roofs, or is this already here?
No, that was somebody else. We only got 7 minutes left.
Yeah, preset one.
True.
I'm gonna go look over that way just to see. I mean, I didn't see the leaper, but maybe
Did
it
they ever
got, like,
spawn like later in the match? I guess
They
it's already
can,
kind of.
yeah.
The bombardiers do. This
Again?
just spawned here.
Yeah. I'm down to kill the bombardier. I could at least try.
Is it already smoking? Why is it smoking? It just spawned.
Down there.
Fall damage, who knows?
Are you shooting him?
Let's go in the sensors.
Oh, gosh.
It's not sniping it, but just the map. I don't know how to shoot me from so far without those spotters.
No way, bro. My nade. Oh my god, the fucking visual for this shit.
Where the fuck is this thing coming from? Oh my god.
I threw my nade and the reticule was like way over the railing, but it put myself on fire.
No, it's actually not smoking. It was like a probe that was smoking under it. Literally 3 days.
Shoot its butt. Why is it so smoky?
And how did that hit?
God, its butt fell out.
Oh, nice.
Alright, yes.
Is there like a core on the inside you shoot?
The fucking bot, chill out.
All raiders, we have Arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go find a way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
Not a rocket's here. Do you guys have a wolf pack?
Yeah.
I do not, but
I have one too. Look at this.
Alright.
Making his way. Slowly.
I probably didn't need to throw that, but whatever.
Yeah, it's okay.
You said you have a hatch key, right? Just to make sure. You actually
Yep.
do? Okay.
Yeah. Don't worry, lad. Where's the closest one? You ping it?
Right
We could
next
just
to
go
us.
behind this. Yeah.
Left a circuitry in there, Dis? Are you rich?
It's gonna be one extra inventory slot in my stash, man.
I'm probably just gonna sell all this loot from this, to be honest.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, I have a refining 3 now. I can make my shitter alloys into circuitries finally.
Nice. You can hit this probe if you want circuitry.
Oh,
More money?
Actually, I have so much already.
Alright.
I don't need more.
Alright, everyone ready? I'm calling it. Well, that was eventful.
Yes. Last ones or nothing. Things happen.
Got our quest done. Playing PvE simulator.
Probably on like a 30k for that. Or 17k, I mean, for killing a. For a rocketeer and a bombardier.
Yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, I gotta. Have any parts? I don't have any.
Sugar's running low again. Sorry, sweet tooth people.
Grace. Yeah. You know, it was the thought that counted, though.
I only have the mission on Blue Gate now, unfortunately.
Oh
So,
boy,
we'll
here we
ignore it
go.
For now, we just go somewhere else.
No, I mean, we can do it.
Now, if this were fun,
I'm sure they have missions not on Blue Gate, right? So we could just do yours
This
instead.
goes beyond. The electrical
Spaceport.
substation is set.
Yeah. I guess I'll be on that Blue Gate one, and then we could do it together shortly.
Yeah. Here, back.
To the point of just managing the stash is stressful as hell.
Doesn't really stress me. It's just annoying.
Can confirm. Just like constantly having to upgrade weapons is the only way to try to
Yeah.
free up some space. Really just need springs for
Entering
those
the raid
advanced
with
mechanical
half my
components.
inventory full already. I just don't have space. I don't have space.
What were you streaming today?
I was just playing some horror games.
Nice.
The Creepy Shift series.
What's that?
It's the Creepy
like an
Shift
older
horror
series?
series.
Is it a newer series or an older one?
No, it's kind of. I think it's like kind of new. Well, that's not what I want. Yeah, 280 slots is the max. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna bring Raider flares, chat. I actually have been wanting to like mess with those for a while.
They were successful. I got like 3 Tempests, 3 Bobcats.
Nice.
Though I've yet to use them.
Yeah, I mean, eventually you're just gonna have more than you'll ever want.
Yeah. And you still just use Anvil?
I mean, I just like the anvil. Like I mean, it's a good gun, honestly.
Yeah.
Yo, Sogbert, thank you for the 40 months, buddy. What's up, dude?
Started using like the Venator with the. I got the medium mag blueprint, and so I've started using
Oh
that.
yeah,
It's nice.
yeah, that's really good. When it's at level 4, it's like the best gun in the game, pretty much, I think. This is like Fortnite, but without the fighting and building. Actually, you can build walls mid-combat. Are you ready, Mitch?
Oh yeah. I thought we were waiting on him.
No, sorry, I'm good to go whenever.
I've freed up some space. All right, I'm bringing flares if we want to bait people.
I have
That'll
6
work well.
heavy fuse grenades.
Rolling and shooting at the
6.
same time shoots 2 bullets for the cost
I
of
needed
1.
the space. And I had like 20 of them.
Well, the Venator shoots 2 bullets at once. Are you sure you're not just confused with that? Apparently there's a glitch where if you roll and shoot, you shoot 2 bullets.
Damn.
Doesn't sound real.
I guess you have to do like the
Sounds
hip
like-
fire. Let's see. Oh, it does.
Really, that doesn't actually do double damage. That'd be like ridiculous. With like shotguns, that'd be so ridiculous.
Wait, stand still.
Headed to the electrical substation south of the spaceport, near the security checkpoint. See what you can find.
I don't think I did it right. I don't know. I feel like it's not. Maybe?
I mean, I hear the 2 bullets. Who knows? But actually
I
shoots
think
twice.
I hear it hitting you twice, but that'd be crazy.
And it
I mean,
only
if that
takes.
works, the Toro will literally insta kill people.
That's absurd. Maybe that's how some people will fucking like. Well, no, I haven't really noticed people like rolling and shooting, so it must not be that. No.
I can only really see that being useful with shotguns, but
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I'm not gonna be the one to find out if it works or
oh
not.
yeah, I have to go to the electrical substation south of the spaceport. Well,
You want to go with
you
that?
got. I mean, it's whatever. If we want to, we could head that way. Like maybe find people.
I'm down. I'm down for whatever. Is this
Yeah.
the storm or is it just
Yeah,
raining?
I'm as well.
No, it's just raining. I think it's just daytime.
Yeah, the hatches are open. But I do not have a key this time.
I brought one.
Alright, cool.
Oh, rain is so loud.
I do also have flares. Could try to
Where's the
bait
good place to
somebody.
bait?
I don't know.
Yeah, in this building. A lot of people fight here, I feel like. If not the departure building, I see people here.
You have to hip fire for the double shot thing?
Yeah, I think so. Because you can't, like, aim while. Well, actually. No, it still
No,
works.
have to hip fire. Still don't think it'd be really hard to hit a double shot like that from like
Yeah.
range. But
Is my title still solo? Oh, my bad. I really want to set off these flares.
Let's wait towards the end and go next to a escape route. And then see what happens.
Well, like, yeah, I mean, you can, if you activate the terminal, that's kind of doing something similar. People are going to hear that, but
Fair. Just shoot a bunch and toss like 1 or 2 flares.
gotta shoot flares up on Blue Gate.
all right,
I don't think you need to. They're already going off.
all right, I'm going to activate some.
All right.
Like
Let's see what
set them
happens.
down.
Oh.
Raider flares.
Could have shot some to make it more realistic.
Yeah. Well, maybe a team will come over this way and we can fight them after I finish the quest.
Yeah, I don't know if there's been a single flare this game.
Games are so quiet for some reason.
Yeah, no kidding.
Found something. Looks interesting. There.
All right.
Is there anything
Think
else
I'm
for that? I
good.
don't remember.
No.
Primary power is back, so we're at least at half grid. And one of our operators spotted the injured engineer crawling into one of our hatches.
I hear some bullets.
The door's open on that building.
There.
There used to be people here.
Lemons. Gonna zip up.
These pre-made ones are so specific. The time that's putting on them.
The Raider flare.
What's the one that doesn't have one?
No, all the guard towers have one. Yeah. was muted. Well, that's disgusting, F-Thread. Thanks for sharing.
Wanna run out shots or something?
Yeah, I'm down.
Haven't shot someone in 3 games.
I know, dude. I mean, then nothing's happening. Nobody's shooting. Nobody's like, there's no
I haven't
flares.
even seen anyone.
It's
Yeah,
not like
they're just
we're
two flares kinda
running around the
north
whole
of us.
fucking map too.
Did that see me?
Did we trigger it? Yeah, it's
No, I don't
gotta
think so. I don't think so. I think it's someone in there.
Oh, yeah.
We'll find out.
Yeah, they're up top. All the way up top.
Oh, I smoked. I'm gonna need to get defibbed.
Oh, up here, up here.
Control tower.
I need to go. I don't actually know where
You
is
can
safe.
hide under here. You can hide right here. You angle it right.
I got some smokes if we want to get.
If you can smoke us this way, yeah.
Really? Okay. I get to
They're just
take all the
camping this.
shots.
Oh, they zipped down, or at least one did. Yeah, they both. Two of them zipped down.
You just died.
What? Okay, let's go back. Fuck these guys.
In the tower.
Rose over here.
Tagged one.
I don't even know where they are.
I'm like the lower
By the
roof.
tower.
Behind us.
I don't really want to push them or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Just an awkward battle.
Yeah. I don't ever really understand like the angle that people are taking to do that in this game. You can't really kill people instantly from that far or anything, so
Yeah.
it's kind of pointless. I only had that one defib. Do you guys have multiple?
I have two. I'll drop you one.
I do not have any.
Oh, sorry, I dropped
Over
it.
here. Defibrillator. Over there.
Someone died over there. I don't know, maybe we just run back over them if they just want to fight. And if I feel like if we don't fight these guys, we're not going to see anyone else the entire game.
It's
We could
very
try to
true.
wrap around.
Yeah, they might be waiting for the
Someone just
elevator or not.
Is that us that shot? Or was that?
It's not me. I do not.
Oh,
know
they're
anything.
they're right here.
Look there.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
One down. It's above.
oh, one's pushing from bow.
One HP here.
Other guys coming
You
up,
get
I
the other
think. No, no. Might be pushing around left side.
guy?
Oh, he's low, he's low, he's low. Yeah, I'll drop down.
Fucking Torrente. Let's go.
What about it?
You good, Mitch?
Yeah, I'm just taking these motherfuckers
Go up as soon as you
out.
can.
Dude, I hit this dude 10 down it.
I need shield chargers.
Got a Bobcat 4.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Tina 4. Hello.
Oh, what the fuck? Get shot, get shot. Come up.
You have a smoke.
Yeah.
I have defib if you can smoke him. A Renegade 4 or something?
I do. I'm
They
gonna
might
go up
push
there.
us.
They might push. I'm gonna back up a little bit.
Yep.
Gotta reload this right there.
Team behind us. We need to push into the team behind us, so we're gonna get pinched if we start fighting these guys with the tower. This team is in this building. Should be running into them in a second.
Other team, I'm just worried they're gonna third party us.
Yeah, I'm
this
watching
might-
The third
might be
third
an-
party.
This might be an ape fast and try to kill them quickly.
Where are they?
Look in the locker room. There's no bots in the locker room.
Oh
right?
no.
No, no.
Might be outside.
I hear them above. I think on the roof.
I don't know if I want to take that zip.
I hear them. I hear them like right here.
Maybe we wait.
Yeah,
They'll
we
come
can wait a
down.
second. I don't know if they know we're here.
If they come down this, they're just
Watch
fucked.
that door, Mitch, to your left. They might be in there and not above.
Okay.
Just heard a door open.
Also heard that.
Yeah, I don't know. What is that breach? It might be this one. I don't think this one needs a
Oh, he
breach.
was looting to breach. Recruiting.
Oh, okay.
Loot.
They definitely don't hear us. We could try to zip quick.
I thought about that because they're looting and shit. The zip is really short. I won't hear us for long.
You want to do it? I'm following you.
One to the left.
Two up, two up.
Oh no, I got downed. I think I got the guy.
Dude, he
Oh,
killed me like
this guy's super lit.
lit.
Oh jeez.
I shot through a wall.
How do I don't understand, dude. I threw a trigger
I
nade
had
perfectly.
full
on that
everything.
guy.
He shot me like twice. The fuck? What was he using?
I don't know if there's like a glitch to insta activate those trigger nades, Spicy, but I threw one directly on that guy, and it just like that last guy must have been at like 1 health. But it takes so long to activate it. Like I threw it, and it took nearly 3 seconds for me to detonate it, and I died during
Probably
it.
a glitch of some kind.
I don't know. We ran
blowing up on this literally instantly.
Yeah, we ran into people last night that were they would throw it, and the moment it hits the ground, it would blow up, like instantly. I don't know if there's like a trick
Damn, yeah, the Venator just like 3 hit me.
I should have just spammed the Torrente. I feel like maybe the
Yeah, you
nade
guys
was a
both died
bad
so
idea.
fast.
That was kind of crazy.
No, it wasn't a snap blast. It was a
I
trigger
think it
nade.
did as much damage as the shotgun.
Alright, well, Stash
The
is
Bobcat
getting
is so
free.
dog shit, dude. It's so bad. I picked up a Bobcat 4 that was fully modded off the guy, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna try this thing out. And put an entire clip into a guy and he didn't die. So
You have to right click as soon as you let. Oh, okay. I see. I mean, I feel like I basically was like spamming right click, but I guess not. Oh well. I don't know. There were these people. We did a night raid, and they were throwing them like it was actually just the most like broken thing I've ever seen. They would just throw a trigger nade and like they would blow it up in like a 1/10 of a second. Like you couldn't even react. Could have gotten stuck on the furniture. I thought I heard the shield break though. No, when I blew it up. Yeah, maybe I got cucked by the furniture or something. I don't know. Honestly, we should have won that fight though. It was basically a 2v3 and somehow we lost it. Oh well. What's up, Cactus?
ready to go
Anything
again,
else I
whatever.
want? Yeah. Ready in a sec. I gotta figure out how these trigger nades work.
You could
'Cause
take
I-
it into like the practice range and try to figure it out.
Cause dude, I threw a trigger nade, like, I lit the dude up with the Torrente. Like, his shield was already, like, close to dead, and then I threw it, and, I don't know. I think maybe the wall, like, fully nullified it. Like, the explosions are a little jank like that. If it gets, like, caught on something, it can just do nothing.
Yeah, because they definitely do like 75% of a guy's health. Or at least when those guys threw it at us, I got hit by one and I
Yeah.
almost died.
Hold on, I'm gonna open this up and see. Like, this guy, dude, this guy is charging in.
I was watching you watch the VOD. That trigger nade guy was like, when he pushed me and I killed him, it took my entire bob clip to kill him, so he like was not damaged.
Yeah, that's so crazy though, because it looked like I threw it like perfectly, and I even heard the shield break when I exploded it, but maybe I missed.
Still don't know how that third guy melted both of us.
What'll it be this time? Best paired with something fast and loud.
Was that a Venator? Yeah, you guys died fucking so fast.
It was the guy on the left. Mowed me down. I should have just I should have played a bit safer. Honestly, since it was 2v3, I wasn't really too worried about it. I thought we were fine.
There you Thank you. That is, watch your back when you're in the power.
I have damn battlegrounds now. I guess we can go there instead.
Yeah, I have stuff with that as well.
Alright, well, I'm gonna try to use a trigger nade again. Hopefully it won't fail this time. People are saying you have to like spam right click the moment it like leaves your hand.
There's a power
So.
generation complex by the
But
dam.
that's what I thought I
The
did.
wounded
But
engineer was mumbling about the generator room in his sleep. Never
Can you
saw
hurt
it
yourself
working
with
that
it?
bad.
yeah,
I assume so.
yeah, you can destroy yourself with it. I've thrown
Like
dude,
if you
I've thrown
instantly trigger it, can it hit you?
Oh no, I don't think so. I've thrown a few nades into Spicy's back before. A lot of sound. There could be a team like to our north here, right?
There was a flare like west as soon as we spawned almost. We didn't even spawn late though, so I'm not really sure that's possible. But
Oh god, there's a rocketeer.
Oh
We need
shit, the rocket, dude. It didn't like fully trigger.
What's up, F-Thread?
Just suspicious.
How's it going, buddy?
this is a terrible server. Holy shit. Where do you guys need to go on this map?
I need to go to the generator room.
Oh, that's here.
I need to go to the Red Lake balcony.
You need 4 wires for that. This.
Oh. Oh, we can
probably
loot.
find 4
Yeah.
wires here.
Pretty quickly.
What was yours, Mitch? That you-
Need to go to the Red Lakes balcony, so near the southern lift.
I don't know where the loot is in here.
Yeah, I have no idea where we're going.
Wait, is this just all the way down? This certainly wasn't where I wanted to go.
Why is Solo in the title? Because I forgot to change my title.
Let's go right back up.
Here.
I forgot to
President made me
change
fall off
my
that time.
title.
Flying in.
Maybe we can get
Oh,
some
we need-
wires over there. Do you get wires from those? Actually, I don't know. I think you do.
Not sure.
Maybe something that you can recycle into.
We just need to hit like a electrical spot.
Like this.
There
I
by that
mean,
building.
yeah. There's shots. Wait, where are those? Oh, that's south.
Did you trigger that car or somebody else?
Yeah, it was me.
There we go.
There's a guy on me. There's a guy on top of me. I had a volcano. I tried to just fucking rush me, but I had a venator, so get on.
Where the fuck is this team at?
I don't know, but I don't want to let him get a res. On me. He's trying to defib him. Last one's here too. Last one is also here.
Down.
Trying to run away.
Last guy's over there.
Ooh, and for it.
Downgrader, there.
Minotaur 2. Oh, dude, they had crazy
Ooh,
amounts of
volcano
mines.
forest. Whoa.
Oh, I'm muted. Good job, guys. I love the Stitcher, man. It's just so fucking
Yeah,
good. I just feel like if I full auto into somebody, they just die. Like, it's just...
Yeah, exactly.
You guys want to just
Let's head home
leave
at the
and
North Complex
reset?
elevator.
I'm actually full. But...
We can try to do your thing while we're here.
Oh, yeah.
Why?
Wait, can I
There's
have...
like right here. We just need 4 wires, and then it's really easier. Is that us? That is not us.
Wait, is that below?
No, it's actually up here.
Raider, there.
Cracked him. Again.
I downed him.
His teammates might be below.
Where's the ladder to this?
Just keep your eyes peeled. I don't know where the other... There's 2 more.
I think they're underneath in the tunnel.
I think it's somewhere over there. Or they could come from like behind us, from the west.
Yeah, they're underneath in the tunnel.
In the tunnel, that we can look there.
Yeah, yeah. Really hard to see in there. The lighting is terrible. I'm trying to search this area for wires for you. There's
I
definitely.
mean, maybe
wires
that maybe that other
somewhere.
guy's got a wire. Can you scrap
don't
anything
know.
you got from?
I don't think so. No.
Neither can I.
Probably looted their boy. Yes. Maybe not. We can work our way down. Loot that
Yeah, I'm
guy.
coming from.
I mean, I bet we find wires in the
In the
building.
building, yeah.
I can keep looking for
Oh, the ladder's over
breaches here. Yeah, we're probably better off just getting wires down below, honestly.
In this like generator. Anything down?
You need a shield recharge? Place?
No.
There you
I'm
go.
stupid.
There we go.
How do we get down here?
Right here.
Did he just jump
There's a zip
off?
line here.
Yeah, he
Where's
fell
the-
down
oh,
at
there
the
he is.
bottom.
Oh, Jesus. Well, I also fell down to the bottom.
I can drop to the window right here, but I don't know if they're here.
Get out of there. I'll check for wires real quick. I'm coming, I'm coming.
Where are you guys? You guys are all like pussies, by the way. Fucking insane. Holy
Fuck you, shut up.
I'm assuming it's probably just 2 of them. If
You got any
said-
wires?
I think I got one thing that scraps wires. I have 3 wires, or 1 short.
Some wires. Out here. On me.
How many?
3, you need 1 more.
Look at
Yes.
these.
And Oporo.
Some stuff.
Oh, I got him. Wait, somebody. Oh, that's you. Yeah, I got the wires. Alright, so where do we go for these, Spicer?
sick in the tunnel down here.
Oh yeah, there's a
Up
breach.
thing here.
Over there.
Copy.
Yeah, you can hit that, Mitch, if you want.
Cheerio from a inevitable
I think it's over here.
Berletta. Senator this time.
Yeah, it's here.
By that building.
I think you repair it at like one of these things. I don't remember which one.
Yeah, it's right here.
And then you gotta go back over here. And... Oh, wait, you gotta flip a switch
in the
actually.
ventilation
I gotta find the
Maybe.
ventilation shaft.
Oh, okay.
Should be
Yeah,
under the stairs.
It should be under the stairs.
it's in like the tower where you go up.
I found something. By that ventilation shaft. Our systems just lit back up, and the
yeah, let's
engineer's
go there.
mumbling is
Fat.
getting more coherent by the minute. Thanks, Raider. Get home safe.
Oh, we have a Rocketeer
I
waiting
do
for
not
us.
have a wolf pack, fortunately.
I can go hit the lever.
Camera, I got it.
Hey, Raider.
Hey, Raider.
Hey, I'm sorry.
Hello there. Want to team up?
Team up?
Don't shoot! No.
Okay.
Negative!
Yes.
Okay! Alright!
This fucking Rocketeer is busted. Fucking stuff that we need.
You're
You're-
talking in game
you're
and it's
double
going out my
micing.
speaker for some reason.
Yeah, okay. I don't know.
Somebody just shoot there at them? What it sounded like. We did it! Yippee!
Or the stash bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Lance, tell the power is back at full capacity. They were spotted near the.
Oh, Olive Grove and Bluegate. Is that yours?
Still nothing.
No.
Oh, really? I guess you're a bit further ahead then.
I think mine might be in the tunnels. Or near the tunnels.
Gotcha. Mm. Another Venator 4 to the stash. I really should just use one of these. So when you bring Venator, is that all you bring, Spicy?
For that gun, yeah.
Okay.
Usually. If I have like an Osprey sitting in my stash that I'm gonna scrap anyway, sometimes I'll bring an Osprey with it.
Gotcha. Yeah, I guess I could do the same. Idea.
You just like don't really need like an actual range sniper because you can just avoid the fights at that range.
Yeah, and the thing is, fighting rain, like, there's too much cover on the map where it even matters.
No.
Like, you're never gonna actually kill somebody unless you manage to get them down in, like, the, you know, wide open. And even then, like, smokes kind of stop you.
Defib.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is medium.
Tips I would give
Grab back, put him ready.
the solo players to extract more. I don't know. It's actually kind of hard to say. I'm gonna bring this patrol car key, even though I don't think we're gonna use it. Yeah, tracking materials is probably the best advice. Yeah. Tracking the materials helps a lot. So like, you probably already know that though, but you can go, when you press level up on like the crafting bench, there will be a tracking button here. My stations are all maxed out, so it's not there, but yeah.
Alright, I'm bringing a hatch key. Blue gate, it's unnecessary.
Oh, okay. I'll put mine away then. Sounds good.
Don't stand there. Tell me what you want.
Everyone's playing this game? Yeah. Yep.
Hello.
Playing... Okay, hold on. Let me change my title. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to, like, bait or anything. Yeah, I know it's medium ammo. Both of my weapons are medium ammo. Blue gate, yippee! I think Blue Gate is like, I don't know what it is about Blue Gate, but there's just like a million people on you like all the time.
Lost wrenches are found daily, so please stop leaving tools in random tunnels.
Like every time I play Blue Gate, it's just a like the moment you shoot, there's just 4 teams on you somehow. I think the best way to get XP is just to fight the robots. You ready, Mitch?
Yes. Ooh, Blue Gate is gonna be some fun. Hopefully.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, surely.
It'll be action. Put it that way.
Yeah, you can also search like any container to get like 200 XP, even if it's already been looted. I do think just shooting arcs is the best, but obviously if you shoot arcs, like, you're gonna be drawing a lot of attention to yourself. But there's like
a daytime or is this a night one?
It's daytime.
Okay.
Yeah, there's like a map that you can use to look up like weapon crates and stuff if you want like specific gear or like
Oh,
fruit.
it's harvester.
Harvester in your area. A queen is guarding it with her life. Only engage if you've brought your best gear.
You have to go to all of you said?
Mm-hmm. go
Let's
die.
go to mine checkpoint first, and then we'll go
Okay,
Olive Grove. Because
sure.
I think going Olive Grove right at the beginning is probably death.
Yeah.
I feel like Olive Grove was really popular early on because everybody needed the fruits, but like as time's gone on, most people are going for the tunnels now.
Maybe that's true.
You have a Venator as well, Spicy?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got like 12 of them.
That's the Stitcher.
Queen, over there.
How far away does the queen spot you?
Not that far. It is aggroed on
Yeah.
somebody. Someone would have shot it from like across the map or something.
Getting shot at.
I
I
don't.
think someone's
Just heard
shooting
a
at the
shot,
queen from
but-
really far. I have to go to these things, I think.
Oh, I forgot to change the title. God damn it.
I did not bring a wolf pack for the Rocketeers.
I gotta change my title.
I have to go in the tunnel for my mission now.
Alright.
Classic.
Let's free up some space.
I might just have to go like right in the entrance, I'm not sure yet.
Mm,
But
yeah.
I don't know if I have to go deep all the way, I just have to go in the traffic tunnel. So many robots on this map.
Right.
Find and unlock the rear door of an armored patrol car. Oh, that's what I have the key for now. Where did you see you saw that locked car?
Oh, I brought the patrol car key.
Wait, can you find that randomly? Because that's my quest key. got from my
I don't know. I
quest.
looted it off
No,
somebody.
it's in the same spot.
It's, I think this one.
Which one? Let me open it because I.
Yeah,
didn't
yeah.
open it for my quest.
Actually, I don't know. This is already open. It's not this one.
This looks armored. This was already open. Probably should have looked this shit up. So we're not here for a while.
Yeah.
Don't hear anyone yet.
I think it's a bit deeper in the tunnels.
There's a bunch of them here. Just looking for one that's locked.
You're only here because of the solo title. Oh, I'm
It's
sorry.
on me. Kind of.
Getting
Do you shot?
from somebody, I think. God, this fucking thing. You find it?
Yeah,
Okay,
Good.
nice. Is there anything in there?
it's a weapon box. That's it.
Was that it for your quest?
Yeah, I'm done with it.
Okay. I think I got shot from somebody, by the way. I don't know where. It might have been
that's
from
what
the
I-
tunnel entrance.
It kind of looked like he got shot. Didn't look like one of your bullets. Oh, there's. Right here. Right behind.
Oh my god, he has a Torrente. Oh,
Right down.
you're gonna have to defib me, Mitch.
Yeah.
I'm trying to heal.
Alright, I'm running back. Oh, sorry.
Jesus Jesus.
Alright, they might be wrapping
He just
around.
full autoed with the Torrente enemy.
He got saved and almost killed us because of his fucking tactical augment.
Oh,
Probably gonna res, I assume.
I saw them one cross to the left.
worried they're gonna like wrap around.
Yeah.
One is still on this left corner. The Torte guy here reloading. They're still healing and shit. I'm gonna back
Yeah, I
up.
heard that as well.
Yeah, this connects right here, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
That guy's got a
You guys have-
Torrente, so we really have to like stay in cover.
I think he knows. I think he's on that corner. Do you have a nade for the corner?
Yeah. Oh, he got cracked. We should go.
Nice, nice, nice.
He's on top, be careful.
Yep.
I cracked one. He's not down though.
One above me. One cracked above me.
I'm gonna push this guy.
Oh, he.
Down one.
Oh, fuck! Shot from above. Shot from above.
Yeah. Do you have a smoke on a defib?
Oh god. I killed one.
This guy's
Oh my god, they're on me. Oh, Jesus.
Raider,
It's
here.
pushing. Damn, good shit, Spicy.
Alright, lads. I'll see you in the next
smoke
game.
augment of users, man. I think I hear their footsteps.
Not a fucking
Sorry,
shield
cheese
charger.
monster.
Yeah, I got a bunch of heals on me and stuff. If you need. Rip.
Alright. I'm ready to get the fuck out of here.
I mean, what did you do? I only looted one so
I
far.
looted two. Need medium ammo.
Yeah, both the bodies I looted. Hood.
Yeah, I got some. You don't need pillows anymore. No.
No.
That was fucking chaotic. They were like all over the place, going like up and down. I was just like,
Yeah.
I was such a chaotic fight.
Two of them
where
had fucking
the
body
tack?
sprays.
Oh yeah.
I don't think we looted. Or maybe we did loot everyone.
I think we did.
Okay. Alright. You have a
How
key?
should we get out of here?
Actually.
Didn't Mitch have one? Oh wait, it was in your
Yeah.
safe pocket, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
God, the man just thirsted me.
Probably because I thirsted the other guy. My fucking gun ready.
Can you
I
get
feel like
back up
people.
this
Yeah, you
thing?
can. Gotta jump on like the box up here. Oh, the weapon case is unlooted. Oh, I'm over encumbered. Do you want a renegade one?
Hey, a renegade. Here.
I guess.
I can just scrap it actually. Unless.
I'll take it. Just go.
Alright.
I'm just gonna be fat.
Sounds like there's people like right out.
Yeah, that is quite close.
Let's head home at the Overlook air shaft.
Yeah, they're right here.
Raider,
Okay, let's not fuck with these guys.
I don't really want to. Where is
let's head home at the warehouse air shaft.
there? My FPS is bad right now. for
Yeah,
some
I
reason.
was lagging as well.
Oh, I say bad. It's like 120, but I usually have like 180.
Are you on like low settings?
I'm lowest just for FPS.
Probably do the same at like 100 FPS.
Yeah.
Not great.
I have a 360 hertz monitor for no reason, so it's nice to max FPS when I can, when games actually run well.
You can kill Queen in one blaze grenade trap. No fucking way. That sounds insane. Let me just link the YouTube video. God, I'm gonna check this out after failure. Hopefully.
That would be pretty broken.
Damper engaged. Fan slowdown confirmed. Remain behind safe boundary. Passage is granted.
Oh, sorry, Mitch. Nice job,
it's
that was
all
spicy.
good. Yeah, I'm watching that video in your chat. I think
Oh, you
it-
like can plant
Damn.
the trap on the fucking Queen.
and it just constantly hits it.
The fuck?
Wow,
Hey,
you want
I
to
still
try
got
that?
my Raider hat. That'd be fun.
Wait, I don't know if I have blaze grenade traps. I really want to try that just for fun now to see if that actually works.
I don't think I have any either. I feel like I like never see those.
I had some, but then I have 3. Okay, I can bring one
Oh,
in.
shit.
I'm gonna try it.
Sure. Down to try.
Gotta free up my stuff. Pain. I kind of want to just get rid of all these fucking green keys, but I feel like they could get some blueprints out of them. What do I need for the light bulbs? Fuck.
Oh, that was the last quest. I'm done with other quests.
You did every quest in the game?
Yeah.
I
think so.
Damn.
I didn't get any more.
Yeah. Huh. Nice.
You're pretty close to being done then too, because I
Yeah.
think you're only like 1 or 2 by me.
I just gotta like sell stuff, dude.
Right back, paramedic.
All right. Was in the tech test too, and it still isn't patched. All right, well, I want to try it. That's so stupid. That's also really funny. This recycling too. Oh, the door block exploit. I see. Isn't it Is it not fixed now though?
Wait, are we trying this queen
Yeah,
thing
we're gonna try
now,
it.
or
I think
hell
the
yeah.
harvester's still up. It is for 19 minutes.
should I bring a hole cracker just in case? And a couple wolf
I
packs?
mean, you can, but it should just instantly die. So,
Alright, that should be fun.
bring 2 just in case. I only have 3. Wait, can I make them? Actually, maybe I got the.
I think you can.
Well, you can. You just need the recipe.
Yeah, I do not. But I think you can buy it from. Right? No, maybe not.
Hey, could you grab me a wrench? Actually, never mind. I'm good.
I do not have the. Do I have it? No, I did not.
Can jump into a raider to push them through locked doors. That's funny. I didn't know that. Arc and the archer. I'll bring a wolf pack, I guess. All right. Hopefully one is enough. All right, I got 1 blaze grenade trap and a dream. I'm gonna check this video again. Exactly where he put it. I think it's easier to do it if, like, this is probably the worst map to do it on, but whatever.
This will be my last one, by the way.
Okay.
I'm really tired. I'm gonna try to go to bed earlier tonight.
I should do the same. Sounds good.
Schedule getting a bit out of hand.
My game capture isn't more. Fuck. Why is my game capture now? Guess I'll just monitor capture.
Celeste here. Our scouts spotted beehives on some old sheds to the southeast. There should be an olive grove around there. Perk up your ears.
On
If
close.
you hear a buzzing noise, they can't be far
Ooh.
away.
You have a purple shield on this?
Yeah. I feel like it's not as bad once you get the, like, shield. Shields don't slow you down as much.
No.
Don't know how much that actually helps, but... Alright, I gotta put it in its butt.
We're just trying to the
Good
building.
luck, Lem.
Oh, there's a rocketeer. That's great.
Should have brought a wolf pack.
I do a wolf pack. Where's the Racketeer at?
Alright.
Get in there.
Oh, wait. I gotta get behind it. Hold on. I'm
I'm
going.
gonna aggro it. I can aggro it if you want.
Back here. Stepped on me. Oh my god, this Rocketeer is...
Can you
Yeah, let me
walk
pick it up. Yeah.
Dead.
I don't know. I'm hiding.
Could be dead now? No.
I got flamed by this thing.
Rocketeer is
I feel like I need to de-aggro it.
I'm down on the other side of this. Wait.
Gotta kill this fucking Rocketeer. Oh my god, bro. It double hit me? Alright, well, everything is great. And
certified Rocketeer classic.
dude, I threw my second wolf pack. Where the fuck did it go?
Yeah, I wonder if the queen like took the bullets.
Oh my god, the Rocketeer is so fucking lame. I threw it directly where it was, and I guess every missile just went on the fucking queen.
Fuck the queen, dude. The Rocketeer is the actual boss.
I was so close to fucking getting it on, and then the Rocketeer shot me the moment it was about to get deployed.
Does that mean you don't have any more blaze traps?
I do. I have 3, but it's like threw away a Venator 4 and like an Osprey. Trying to do that. Honestly, we can just go in with like, I don't know. I don't know. That sucked.
We get in again fast. I'll do one more.
Alright.
So short.
Dude, how does that wolf pack not work there, chat? Like, what the actual fuck? That's so stupid. And then he shoots 2. He double rocketed me. Facing towards the sides, okay.
Attention all. A barrel's leaking, so avoid the shiny puddle.
What else? Alright, I'm almost. Wolfpack.
Right.
I got such a
And
good
bring it
spawn
this way.
too.
Always better to be over-prepared. Now you're speaking my language.
I think I gotta say the Rocketeers in this game piss me off like so much. They're so fucking annoying. They just ruin everything all the time. This, I feel like the smokes don't even work on them. Like I've tried using smokes on them, and I swear that shit just don't even work.
Back again, huh?
Like there's been so many times where I've smoked and then the Rocketeer just shoots me in the smoke. It's like I'll smoke my teammate, run up to res them, and then we'll just both die because the Rocketeer shoots me anyways. I don't really get it.
Nothing here to see, just pods on rails. Raiders, take your seat. Launching in 5.
Yeah, I really should use lure grenades. They're like really easy to make, I think, too, right? Oh, I want to go back and see. Like, I don't understand the wolf packs. Maybe they just target.
Let's go to the harvester.
Let's go to the harvester.
Go to the harvester.
Shawnee speaking. You'll have to be quick on your
Onwards
feet,
we
Raider,
go.
because the Leaper does not take any
Hoorah.
prisoners. Remember the flags. Stand tall and stand proud.
I feel like aggroing it maybe not the best idea though, because then it starts like moving around like crazy. Because I have to like.
Honest, it's really if you run into it or does it not?
No, I think it's like line of sight. If you're behind it, I don't think it notices you.
Okay.
Where the
We're at
shop?
the olive thing if you wanna grab it. I think it's this.
In there.
Oh, this weird building.
Oh wait, it's not that one. Oh, it is that one.
Nice. What's up, Toberman? Thank you for the 6 months, buddy. Thank you, homie. I feel like nobody even tries to kill the harvester on this map.
Yeah, someone's aggroed, right?
Oh, somebody's
someone
dead.
Somebody tried to do the exact same thing we did.
My FPS is so bad on this map.
Yeah, actually mine too.
Still aggroed on someone. There's a Rocketeer also. I have a wolf pack.
The wolf pack this time.
We're gonna get fucked by the. Should we try to kill these players first that are here?
Up there.
They're gonna fuck us probably. Is he rezzing right there? That's not a person.
Could try to aggro the Rocketeer and wolf pack it first.
Not sure where the players went. They probably just ran down.
Okay.
Yeah, we should probably try to get rid of the Rocketeer.
Yeah, it's just so hard. I swear that it's just like randomly targets whoever the fuck it wants.
Where is it at right now?
There's 2 Rocketeers. You guys are talking, right? They're just a puzzle. Wanna go run in there and kill them?
They're gonna have to come out when it burns, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they said about barricade. He's on top. I hit him once, twice.
I think I
He went
downed
down.
him.
He went down.
We got fucking closed out.
Yeah, I got.
Spicy's probably just gonna murder him. It's fine.
Is that all of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, we can worry about them later.
Behind exactly where we came from is a guy.
Okay.
Another team?
Yeah, on this thing.
Oh, the tower thing?
Hopefully the oh yeah, one's running.
Back there. Getting shot on this side.
Two of them. I got stunned. Goddamn. One there.
Maybe.
Oh, okay. Oh. Defib me if you can.
Yep, I got you. Can we make it out of here?
We can like go through this and go to the other side or something.
Okay.
Oh, it's gonna.
Is it about the flames though?
Well, this is fun.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Alright, should we go through? I mean, I don't fucking know. Honestly.
Alright.
I can smoke it if we want to run out.
We can go to the roof too.
Yeah. Yeah, he's up there.
What happened to that team?
I don't know,
I
man.
just ran away.
The Rocketeer.
Oh my god.
About to get
Yo, getting shot.
I got triple rocketed.
Oh. That's cool.
Oh god.
Fucking god. Can you throw the wolf back maybe, Spicy?
I'm dead.
I just threw one. Here, there you go.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck, bro? This fucking fire.
Where's that thing?
My shields are gone. It's
Alright, Rocketeer's gone.
Alright, I'm gonna just try to put this stupid thing on. I don't fucking care anymore.
Did we not get hit by fire?
No, I need to try to actually do the shield up.
Yeah, I need the fucking heals.
This guy is such a fucking loser.
The guy there?
Yeah, he's just
where
sitting
at?
on the fucking rock. Shooting me.
Oh, look far.
These guys are so lame. Alright, well, you can get me now, I think. Line of sight.
Oh, it's open.
I don't know. We gotta go kill these guys. My shield's fucked. I have no shield chargers. I can barely fucking hear anything as well.
I dropped 2. And then I'll drop another one.
That's fine.
Yeah, the other 2 dudes. Oh, they pushed.
Oh my
Another door.
One dude's down. Oh. Oh, I didn't tag him at all. Other dude's over here. He's pushing. Alright, he's just sitting outside. Oh, he's thirsty naturally.
Pushing. Hit him once. Blue Gate is a map.
That's fun. Fun fight. Yeah.
Gate is certainly a map.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm just never even gonna try that flame grenade strat unless it's on dam.
Damn.
Yeah.
Spaceport's probably fun too.
Where is it on
It's pretty
spaceport?
like it's like in the middle of nowhere in the
Okay,
south.
I see. I don't know what you're talking about, Holbaga. Yeah, you can kill the robot. There's like a trick or a glitch that I was trying to do, but there's just 10. It's just a team.
That's it for me though, fellas.
Yeah, it's all good. GG,
Sorry to be
spicy.
late. I wanted to get off earlier, but I'm
It's
tired.
all good. I'm gonna try to go to bed as well, I think. Although I did wake up late as fuck.
Yeah.
Right.
Have a good one, Spicy.
Yeah. Have a good night,
Thanks,
man.
GG boys. Peace.
Peace. What are you thinking? You gonna play more or no?
I'm probably gonna hop off and go chill for a little bit, I think.
Alright, man.
Might go watch some TV
It
or
was,
something. Yeah.
it was fun. We tried.
Yeah, no, we tried. It's all good. That map is just horrible for doing it. The first time
I
we
didn't
could
know
have done
so
it if
many
we
people. I didn't know so many people came just to thirst other teams. I guess we
Yeah.
did that to another team.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. I don't even think those guys cared about killing it though. They just wanted to kill us. Yeah, it was fun, man. GG, dude. Have a good night.
Alright, have a good one.
Mountains built for gankers, yeah. Well, I have some stash space freed up, so that's good. Actually, though, like, I just wanted to have some people, yeah. +9 spots, yep.
Good to see you again.
If you plant the blaze grenade trap, like, inside the queen, if you do it right, it just instantly kills it. Because it basically sets, like, the inside, like, the weak point on fire. And apparently that just kills it. All you need is one blaze grenade trap to kill it. Definitely seems like a glitch. But, yeah. Kind of crazy, honestly. That was just absolutely... Oh, there's one on Spaceport now. Don't leave. I don't know, man. It's getting kind of late.
Hey there.
I could try to do one solo of it. Bring in the last trap that I have. Probably not going to end well, but... I could try. One trap in a dream.
Come on in.
If you'll die, you'll gain more stash space. That's true. That is very true.
Out of ammo again? Figures.
Well, we shouldn't really need much. All we need is like the blaze grenade trap if it goes right, if this goes correctly.
Hello again.
But if we don't place it perfectly, I don't know, it might not do enough. Shock plus blaze trap on top of each other insta-kills players. Yeah, I honestly, I feel like the utility in this game is a little too OP. Like, it's kind of fucked up. What?
Did you do it? Did you find beef?
Still nothing.
A Raider King, there should be plenty
An
of cafes in
espresso
there.
machine. And crawl into an exit? Nah, I don't care that much. Alright, whatever. Let's just send it with this. Good luck. Thanks. What's up, Roan? I've been enjoying this game a lot. I'm at the point though where like I don't know. I really only there's not really the only thing left to do is just like fight people. I have so like I don't know. Did a queen run earlier? Well, there's a glitch that I'm about to try.
Let's go to the harvester.
Oh, we spawned right here. All right, here we go. Apparently you can kill this guy and you can kill this in one grenade. Oh no. God damn it. Can I de-aggro this thing? This is bad, chat. God damn it. I fucked it up already. Oh, great. Well. That was fun. I should have waited. I should have waited. Oh my god. I should have waited for it to turn around. I don't know why I did that. Oh, alright. Well, we're out of grenades, so I can no longer try it anymore. That's cool. Whatever, that was my bad. That was trash. No, I can't make them. I don't have the blueprint. So I mean I can't even go back in and do it. I don't have the fucking grenade. I can't do it anymore. You can craft them in raid with the perk. What?
New visitors, raiders, up the lids, pods are open, launching now.
It's weird that you can craft them in raid but not in the base. That's kind of fucking stupid now.
Go to that location.
Like, why can't you just make them in the base? I mean, finding a wire and a blaze grenade isn't that hard. These lockers over here probably already got a hit though. Dude, it is so hard to get blueprints. It's actually really annoying how rare they are. Oh wait, you can get a blaze grenade to start with on the free loadout. Oh, yeah, I can just... do over and over again. Really? Well, I should probably just do that. We can maybe go see if we can kill somebody, though, just for the hell of it. I have nothing to lose and everything to gain. I heard somebody somewhere. I wasn't really paying attention, though. My legs. Somebody in here? Grenade cache and the extracts. Come on, give me a blaze grenade. Can any of these be... I'll just run out and just grab these guns. And I'll just go free loadout until I get a blaze grenade. Sensors turn into wires. Oh, okay. Buddy. Fuck did he go? Somebody just tried to trigger nade me. Fuck is this guy? In the bar? Sorry, Buster. All right. I want to try to, dude, I want to try to kill this queen, man. Oh my god. All right, let's put away the Venator and that. You know, we'll just...
Welcome.
Alright. We'll bring in... 2 wires. I wish I could make blaze... Dude, I don't have the recipe. I don't have the frickin' blueprint for the blaze grenades either. Guess I can bring in 2. I don't know. You only need one, but I feel like I'm gonna mess it up, and it's not gonna do enough. But you only need one, so. If you see people with cowboy hats, just shoot them. They're not friendly. Yeah. But we can just bring the osprey in.
Got something for me? Excellent.
And you can't buy blaze grenades either. It's annoying how like you can only buy certain ones. The aggro has to be right. Yeah. You go for a lure grenade? I don't know. I don't even think I can make those either. Oh wait, those are utility. Oh, that's what the speaker components are for. Shit. I think you can like trade for those.
Come on in.
We should probably make one of these in case the fucking Rocketeer aggro's us. I think is there like always a Rocketeer? Like alongside the Queen? Not sure. Alright. I just want to hopefully get this. Let's try. They'll both aggro to the grenade. Was the Queen in the server slam?
Go to the harvester.
This is a shitty spawn. Put it in my safe pocket. Actually, I should have just brought two. Oh, whatever. Maybe I can find the blueprint here. The lobby was trying to kill the Queen. Oh, really? Fine. My sleep schedule is kind of fucked up right now, man. Found it outside Blue Gate. where the big wrecks are in a sealed box. People are saying that you can find blueprints in like guaranteed spots. And I'm just gonna run out. I don't really care if I die, to be honest. Because, like, for example, well, no, like, I'm not saying the blueprints are guaranteed, but, for example, you only get weapon blueprints out of... Rip that guy. You only get weapon blueprints out of, like, the security lockers skill. So... I think you need, like, hitting specific containers and stuff helps. But yeah, it's really annoying how rare blueprints are. Oh. Maybe I should just, like, run around and look for raider caches. I know these can have good blueprints. Maybe we'll get some. Come on, come on, give it to me. Okay. Please don't see me. Yo, what's up, buddy? How's it going? Alright, I got some crazy tech I'm trying out, man. I got a blaze grenade trap. Apparently, if you stick it up the queen's butt, it, like, instantly kills her. So I'm gonna try that.
I'm down to work this with you.
Yeah, I've died though a few times trying it, but
What do you need me to do?
honestly, whatever. Like, if I kill it, you can partake in the loot. I'm just trying to see if it works.
Alright, yeah, let's do it. Somebody's in there.
I just hope the Rocketeer doesn't wreck me.
I can get Rocketeer.
It's alright. Fuck. This is not gonna... Oh, I'm scared, chat. No, no, no. Oh no. I think it's over for me. I think it's over. No, I hate this so much. It's so bad. It's so hard to do, dude. Alright, well, I'm down, man. I don't know if you got a defib, but I don't even know if you're here. Stay safe, buddy. Anybody got a defibrillator? I'm dying here. Help. anybody. Farewell, cruel world. All right, well, let's go free loadout. Dude, I just want... It's so hard because, like, you can't place the fucking blaze grenade trap unless, like, it's standing still, but there's a million fucking arc. Like, yeah, you need, like, the perfect height, too. Oh my god. I don't know, the photoelectric cloak might help, but like the problem is the moment I let go of it, they're just gonna re-aggro to me. I don't know. I feel like for some reason the dam, like on dam, there's like no fucking robots there. It's like just the queen. Well, the trap works because you can like... I don't know, we didn't start with a blaze nade. Dude, I really wish I had a blaze nade recipe. Alright, I think, chat... I mean, we could just keep going free loadout until we get a blaze grenade, then we just need to find one wire. I just want to do this once, man. I just want to do it once. I'm gonna get a drink.
Nothing here to see, just pause on rails. Raiders, take your seat. Launching in 5.
Okay, do I have a blaze grenade? Fuck! I mean, I don't know, like, do I just keep doing this, or do I... Cause, like, I could try to hit the security lockers for a blaze grenade. And I should be able to get a wire from there, too. Maybe that's better? I don't know what the chance is for me to spawn in with one. Cause there's like... I don't know how many different grenade types you can spawn with, but... Got several weapon blueprints out of the buses. I mean, I find the blaze grenades from the security lockers a lot. Brad's max level? Yeah, well, he plays this game like 16 hours a day, though. And, well, and he's also playing with 2, like, giga tryhard sweats, so they just get, like, 60,000 XP every run. I don't know if he actually plays solo. Every time I've seen him streaming, he's, like, playing in a group.
Let's go to the departure building.
Believe in me? Thanks. Somebody probably already hit the lockers. Unfortunate. We got the wires. You can start with the blaze grenade, right? Pretty sure you can. Pretty sure all of these lockers are just gonna be hit because... What the fuck is that? Do I hear betrayal? What the heck's going on in there, guys? Yeah. I don't know. I feel like this is just... All of these lockers have been hit. I feel like I should just surrender and go next or something, or at least go try to fight. Maybe we just go up in that building and see if we can kill that guy up there. Oh. Oh. Watch this, chat. Oh, yeah. Oh. I really thought I was going to be able to grab the ledge there.
Let's go to the harvester.
Will this fucking thing, like, fuck off? Holy shit. Jesus. Okay. Who designed these fucking buses, man? Why do you climb the... My fashion is so ugly. What the fuck? Catching strays out here, dude. I like my outfit. Yeah, I feel like the hat kind of fucks you over when you're, like, next to a ledge. Like, the hat, like, sticks out. I don't know if it makes your head hitbox bigger. I hope not, but... I wouldn't be surprised. All right, we're gonna stick this thing right up its ass. And we're gonna get all the loot. And then probably die to a player. But, you know. That's life. Alright, let's see. Looking this way. All right, we're going up to its butt. Right, we got a good approach. Nobody is here. Come on. Come on. I need you to get lower. Come on, put your butt down. It needs to be in a better spot. Dude, the legs are on the fucking wall. Like, I can't... I don't think that's gonna work. Do I set it? I don't think I did it right. I think I fucked it, guys. Do I have to set it off? I don't think I did this right. No! Yeah, it's... You can see it's still just... Okay, wait. Hold on. Let's just see what happens. No, that didn't seem right. Okay, hold on. Let me pull up the video again. He places a little bit more. See, but the 50,000 XP for that. Dude, Wait, I just got 15,000 XP for that run. What the hell? I didn't even do anything. Holy crap, I must have gotten a ton of XP from that. Man, I wish I had the fucking blaze grenade recipe so badly, dude. I could just go in, like, Alright, whatever. Just go freeload out again. 13 minutes. I mean, I could at least go... There's blaze grenade traps in the... I'm pretty sure I claimed it already. Yeah, I could just bring in a blaze. I mean, I at least have some. I should probably just do that if we don't successfully get one here. The thing is, you can also spawn with a blaze grenade. I mean, I can just bring in a Pharaoh, 40 ammo, and buy a
What's the damage?
looter and a light shield, I guess. And then I could bring in some bandages, chargers. The fuck are my grenades? No, you can't buy them, sadly. Two safe pockets? Yeah, I don't really think it matters that much, though. I mean, I guess I could put, like... dude, it drives me crazy that when you make stuff, it doesn't go into your goddamn inventory. It goes into your, like, in your stash. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of like an exploit, but... Alright. Let's send it. Shields.
Hey, always nice to see you.
Can't buy lure grenades. I might die just freaking running there, but... It's just that... you can go through, like... You can go through, like, bring all this stuff and bring a gun and a shield and all this really does, like, add up to a lot of money pretty quickly, but... No, I can't make it. Or what, you think here you can make it? Oh my god, you're right. What the f... Well, it doesn't really matter regardless, because we can make it in the raid, but... The thing is, I don't have the blaze grenade trap. Or, sorry, I don't have the blaze grenade recipe. So, like, I have 9 in my inventory right now, but that's all I got. I mean, that's enough for, like, 4 tries. But the harvester is gonna go away in, like, 10 minutes. Night raid on dam and loot the residences for grenade blueprints. Okay. Could try that.
Let's go to the harvester.
Alright. Oh, we joined late. That's actually kind of good. Wolfpack and Blaze grenade blueprints. Gotcha. Maybe night raids are like the key to blueprints, because I mean the loot is better, so. Hey Monk, thank you for the 7 months. Honestly, I should have brought a raider hatch key. So if I do manage to kill this thing, I could just fucking dip out of here. We might have to wait around if there's people at the harvester. Hey, bro, please, please.
Chill?
Yeah, dude, I'm chill as fuck, man.
Come here, there's 2 body right here.
You,
I'm
you
out
sure?
Here. All yours, yeah.
Here,
Shoot.
okay.
There's 2 body right there.
Alright, thanks, dude. Please don't shoot me in the head. Oh! Sure you don't... I don't know if he's here anymore. Alright. Oh, hi. Hi there.
Don't shoot!
Don't shoot. I agree.
Hey there! All right! I owe you!
I owe you too. Farewell, my friend. Dude, we're up big! 5 blade...
Don't shoot!
Oh, hey. Man, there's so many people out here. What's up, man? Dude, the harvester's aggroed. I'm gonna have to wait. The thing is, I want to tell people that I'm gonna try to kill the queen, but at the same time, I don't want everybody, like, I can't, dude, I don't even really want to run up right now because it's aggroed. Like, I need to wait for it to de-aggro. Well, that guy was nice. I got a freaking anvil too. I got some Vita shots, some fucking defibs. I can save somebody if I need to. Alright, we're gonna have to just wait, chat. I really feel like if I try to go in, I'm just gonna die. So... I think we need to wait for it to... for these guys to leave. Kinda boring, but... Drop a defib so somebody can save you. I don't really trust people that much. Like the thing is, yeah, I know the queen cores are really heavy, but like, yeah, I just don't. If the queen is aggroed and there's like constantly fire going off, I don't know. I think we just have to wait. Because like placing the blaze grenade is so precise. There's no fucking way I'm gonna be able to do it while it's aggroed. I'm just gonna get fucked. I mean, I don't know. I feel like I can't, like, it's just not worth going for right now. What's up, Domo? What's up, buddy? You're trying to what? Dude, with the blaze grenade trap?
Yeah.
Yo, we're like brothers, man. We're this. Oh shit. Okay. This is like fate. Yeah. I got 2 of them, but dude, it's so hard to place it when it's like aggro.
It really is. It really is. I just want the achievement so bad.
Yeah. I just want to see if I can do this. I've been struggling. Are there?
Fucked up. I gotta wait for that Rocketeer.
Yeah. Yeah, the Rocketeer just fucking ruins everything, man. I can throw a lure nade. I have one.
If I shoot the blaze grenade now that it's on,
Yeah, you can activate it by like shooting it, yeah.
Okay. So I
But
was kind of waiting for it to
yeah.
do its own thing.
You gotta place it like perfectly though. Like I tried it before, but it didn't do enough damage. Just one of them. But I got 2 as well.
Dude, I hope this Rocketeer fucks off.
He probably won't. These things suck ass, dude. I hate these enemies. Wait, where are you, buddy? Mr. Nade Man? Oh no. This is fucked, dude. Where did the Rocketeer go? Did it leave? Wait, is it finally chill? Oh my god, it's chilling out. No. It was yellow, dude. God damn it, man. What is this guy? Dude, this guy in there just it's fucking ruining everything. God damn it, chat! This is so fucking annoying! Holy shit, I just want to place it. I feel like our boy died. Can shoot to draw aggro, then walk back. Maybe the guy inside died? Wait, our homie! Yo, you got it! Did you do it? Holy shit, he did it! Dude! That was fucking sick! Hell yeah! Dude, you're crazy, man. I was too scared. I was just fucking waiting.
You stare him down in the face?
Yeah, what the hell?
Dude, I don't even know if I got the achievement, man. Fuck.
Carried by chat, yeah. I feel bad like looting this, honestly, but dist equals backseat gamer. Yeah, good shit, man. Was that just one grenade that you used?
That was one grenade.
Yeah, you placed it like perfectly then. Nice job, dude.
I got it on his skull. Like I got it on the upper part. That was awesome. Also, while you're looting these, if you don't mind just leaving like some dog shit in there so I can search it for XP.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, no problem.
God, that felt so amazing.
Dude, you're gonna get like 80,000 XP for this run.
God damn, what? Really?
I'm already full up. Stuff is so heavy.
It really is, huh?
Oh, he probably has like a ton of cores. It drops like 15 cores. Like there's not enough loot for like all of us either way. It's crazy how much loot drops from this thing. Like I don't even think you could take all of it like solo.
No, you definitely can. Wow, cool shit. I think I opened most everything I can. Oh, here's more, somehow.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
This is absurd, dude.
I mean, I guess I'm ready to get out of here.
Yeah, I'll come with you, buddy. We are fat.
I like dude, how much do you weigh? How much do you weigh?
I'm at 90.
I'm at 150 now.
Jesus Christ.
That was insane.
Good shit, man. I thought you died, dude. That Rocketeer was going crazy.
I killed it. I killed the Rocketeer, but I had to.
Oh, nice.
I killed
Did you use a
just the
wolf pack?
anvil.
Oh,
No,
shit.
just the anvil.
Nice.
God, I don't got stims.
Let's head home at the south elevator.
Yeah, me neither.
Okay, I actually just recorded that whole fight from start to ending too. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I don't even think I regenerate while walking.
That's so funny that we both were trying the same thing, though.
Dude, I'm
It was
glad we got
fate.
the loot. That's fire.
Yeah, good shit, man.
How much is your total looking like?
I'm at 160. What about you?
Nice. I'm looking at 240.
Damn. Yeah, I felt bad since you were like taking the stuff since you were the one who killed it, but so much. Oh, we got people here.
Well, maybe we wait it out and just take the next one.
They might hear us, but we can wait.
Yo, friendly. Friendly.
We're friendly. What's up, Reefer Chief?
Reefer Chief, you sound like a chill ass dude, bro. We're just supposed to extract, that is all. Hello. Oh shit.
What's up, gentlemen? Oh my god, everybody's here.
Hi.
What's up, guys?
What's up, y'all?
Okay.
I got you.
Hey, team up.
Good shit, Luke. If only they knew what you have. Oh man, is there another harvester? Oh no, the harvester's gone. Damn, well that was sick. Fucking Luke. Luke just carried my ass. Oh. Can I make some more of the legendary weapons? Oh, I need the complex gun parts, which I was selling. Honestly, I'm gonna put... Find his Steam profile. Here comes the fun part, yeah. I'm almost tempted just to sell, like... Kind of tempted just to sell a lot of this stuff, but I already have so much money. Oh. I mean, we can at least put in enough for, like, four more legendary weapons. We just need the complex gun parts. Honestly, I think I'm probably just gonna sell the rest. Also, what's up, Trey? Have I done the expedition? No. Nope, I want to, but I need 2 light bulbs for the next one. What do you get from scrapping these? Power rods. And accelerators. Dude, fucking Luke. What a badass. He has no idea as well. Everybody just watched it. Maybe I should have told him I was streaming. I don't normally tell people, but... Everybody got to see the glory of Luke. That's so funny, though, that he's like, yo, I'm friendly. It's like trying to do a glitch. Same. What do these recycle into? That's ridiculous that you can do that with the blaze grenade. That's definitely gonna get fixed. I mean, obviously. Yeah, obviously. Just gonna sell these. And I guess I'll sell the queen reactors. I mean, I don't know. We have... It's not like it's hard to kill the queen if you can just fucking do that. I mean, I wonder if they would, like, ban people for doing that. I assume no. It's just... Now my stash is fucked yet again. Yippee! Hard to place the trap on the queen. I mean, I don't think one nade should kill the queen. Like, that's a bit absurd. I mean, maybe like a bunch of them or something, but what is this poor build? Bro, I went in with... Alright, listen. Calling me poor? I can't believe you. I've been dying to the queen trying to pull this off. People are getting banned for using the shield to push them into locked rooms. But at the same time, it's like... I feel like that is a very clear case. Okay, I mean, killing the boss of the game in one grenade is... Obviously, you could argue that, like, that's unintended. Like, surely that's not correct. But, at the same time... You know, pushing yourself through a wall is very much, like... There's not even a question as to whether that's a glitch or not, you know? That was ridiculous. Oh, dude, I want to go do it again, but the fucking harvester isn't here anymore. Gotta wait like 45 minutes. Still requires skill. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Go find the blueprint.
I've got what works.
Yeah, faulty ferret for sure. I mean, if you bring in a hole cracker, which is like the strongest enemy against the Ark, it takes like 100 rounds to kill it. Meanwhile, one trap kills it. This is absurd. Like... Sounds fair, yeah. I'm addicted to Ark. Yeah, well, my sleep schedule is just kind of fucked up. Maybe we just go try to get some complex gun parts so I can make more of the legendary weapons. Because I can make 3 of each legendary weapon now. Or I can make 4 more legendary weapons. The supplies that I have. I've got 12 accelerators, and then what is the other thing that you need? The queen reactor, the accelerators, and oh yeah, the gun parts. Obviously, that's. I sold all my gun parts though because they were taking up space, and they were only used to make like the legendary weapons. I want to try to get more blueprints, chat, but I don't know like where you go to get blueprints. See if night raids give more. Yeah. Dude, think about if that one guy who saw me at the start just decided to kill me. I mean, maybe I could have like won the fight against him, but he caught me with my pants down. And if that one guy didn't let me live, man, we would not have not gone great. There's no night raid on Dam. Yeah, he shot me and then he's like, "Oh, hey, you want two dead bodies? Sure." You know, honestly though, I feel like if you talk over the mic, people are way more likely to be friendly than if you use like the in-game like commands. There's a white car outside one of the electrical substations next to the swamp, guaranteed light bulb. I mean, yeah, we can go just try to get a light bulb. The AI voice. Well, no, I mean, like, I'm just saying talking to somebody, like actually using your voice helps to, like, humanize yourself more than, you know, if you're just using like the in-game emotes. I like how 6 of us extracted there at the end. Alright, wait, where did you say it is? Apparently there's... Wait. Like, somewhere here? Do you get light bulbs from the front of cars? Is it like on the road? I guess probably on the road. Well, I'm at the field depot, but... This car? +1. Wait, so then you can also get, Nice. Isn't there a second guaranteed light bulb somewhere, though? People are saying there's 2 guaranteed light bulbs, but I don't know where the other one is. I mean, I guess I can just hit these cars. That's so weird that it's, like, guaranteed. I mean, we could just leave and just come back and try to get another one. Blue Gate Underground at the warehouse has all the bulbs you need. Is it just from, like, cars in general that you get them, I guess? I can just extract and try to get one more, I suppose. What's up, BG Junkie? Hey, Nerf into Dex, thank you for the 20 months. And just get out and come back and hit the car again, I guess. I think I'm just gonna do that. Blue Gate tunnels are better, a lot more cars. I mean, this one's guaranteed though, and there's also like 1 million people in the Blue Gate tunnels. Can I claim my cock? Come on, dude. Things are so cheap to make, it's actually crazy. I really need to get, I need to like use the quick use menu more. It's hard to find stuff in this. Plus 1 light bulb. I don't even know why I have defibs in my safe pocket. Oh, maybe I could save somebody. Happy night, Christina. I found a bunch of Wolfpack blueprints. But I feel like I've found like barely any blueprints anymore, and maybe that's because I haven't been doing night raids as much. Hey, Ali, thank you for the 25 months. Oh, nice. All right.
Let's go to the electrical substation. Go to the electrical substation.
Shani here. You'll have to be quick on your feet, Raider, because the Leaper does not take any prisoners. Remember the flags. Stand tall and stand proud.
Why do I see Wet Big Mac in the top right? Good luck on the Queen. There's no Queen mission right now, so sadly I can't do it. There is a glitch, though, where you can kill the Queen in one blaze grenade trap. It's... I don't know. It's a little stupid. But we just had a run where I like met a guy who was trying to kill it with the blaze grenade trap, which is what I was also trying to do. He pulled it off though, and then we fucking ran out with all the loot. You gotta put the blaze grenade trap like on its like insides. It's a glitch. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, maybe it's a strat, but I really don't think the devs intended you to kill the boss in one grenade. Bro, please, please, what the fuck? I just need a fucking light bulb, man. Yeah, see, that's what you get. That's what you fucking get. Sorry, I got a little... Taking my fucking light bulb. Sorry, that was a little... maybe it was a little aggressive, but... Alright, anyways... I swear, if somebody else fucking shoots me... I cannot believe I got attacked mid-light bulb pull, dude. Yeah, I have the security breach unlocked. Alright, well, we got our light bulb.
Head home at the water treatment elevator.
I'm getting out of here. Yeah, I'm not sure why wet Big Mac is stuck in my ears, but... It's weird. Hey there, buddy. You want to extract together? Are we... Oh, okay. What's up, buddy? Honestly, I could have definitely killed this guy, like, really easily, but it's alright. I got my light bulb. I'm happy. Now let's get out of here.
Hey, don't shoot!
All right. Got my light bulb. shoot his head at the last second. Okay. Alright, dude. I need fucking leaper units. Oh, great. Well, hey, I had all the humidifiers ready. Let's fucking go. I got a Venator. Crappy one, though. Cycle it for parts. Well, somebody was telling me you need humidifiers, so I was saving them. Honestly, I'm just gonna sell these jolt mines, because... I mean, jolt mines are really good, but I can make them, so if I need them, I'll just make them, whatever. Yeah, blaze grenade. Dude, I really want the blaze grenade recipe, like, so badly. But I don't have it. And it makes me sad. And I could bring them and just try to kill leapers, I guess. Do I use my purples? Yeah. I mean, I've brought in a few bobcats and like volcanoes and stuff. It's just I have so many. It's like even if I take them out, I barely make a dent in it. I really want like a better augment for like I have the blueprint for the combat augment, which is decent. Definitely decent. I mean, we could I just feel like the looting augment, I want the looting survivor augment. I feel like this one is the best. Because you can use a medium shield with it still, and you have so much space. If you throw the grenade instead of placing it, will not have the same effect. No. I don't think so. Yeah, I got the combat one from Trials, Trey. It's not the same though. Yeah. You have the tactical and the looting. The survivor looter. The combat one is good though. Like the combat one's definitely good because you can use heavy shield with it. It's got a lot of the extra two nade slots. Or actually, I'm not sure what the difference is. Yeah, it's 2 nade slots instead of 1. It's 10 extra carry weight. I'm happy I got this one at least. It's definitely decent. You can actually just make blaze grenade traps at your workbench. You just need blaze grenades and 1 wire, so it's like really easy to make. Yeah, the free shield recharge, the tactical defensive is pretty cool too. I think one of my buddies has that blueprint. I don't know. You weren't using the heavy armors. I feel like the heavy armors are good once you get this skill. Because I don't think it affects your movement as much. There's a lot of leapers on Dam. I guess that's probably the best map for it. should I keep bringing the Pharaoh? I feel like I should bring a Stitcher or something instead of this Pharaoh. Whatever, it's probably fine. You make the grenade. You know, you can make the traps. It's in your workbench. Unless maybe I got the recipe for the blaze grenade trap. But it's not in the explosive station. It's in just the like the level 1 workbench. Oh, okay, you don't have it. I guess it is a blueprint then. So am I able to make it because I got the blueprint in... Because you can also make it in raid, but I guess I also have it in raid because of the blueprint that I got? Oh, the additional fieldcraft items. I see. Yeah, I guess you just need to be high enough level then. Says there's a leaper around here. We joined in late. I remember cheesing a leaper in this area, but I guess... Wait. Oh no, that's the husk making that sound. I actually need to destroy a leaper for my quest. No, it should be right around here, if there is one. I feel like I would hear it though, right? If there was one around here. Fuck was that?
Let's move to that location.
Says there's one that spawns over here. Dude, I didn't really... Well, I have a lot of white bandages, I guess. What's up, CB? Good morning. Is it... Maybe this guy's friendly? I don't know, like I want to go kill him, but that's not my goal. I need Leaper Pulse units. I don't really care about this guy, but at the same time, he's probably gonna he's gonna bother me if I see. Oh. Oh, I'm here. Well, there's no leaper here. Apparently there can be one up here. Are you serious? Dude, you weren't even fucking looking at me. Oh god, no. Please no. Not the fucking Rocketeer. I don't know, it says it's over here, but I don't really...
Don't shoot.
What's up? Alright.
Thank you.
Oh. Okay, well, it's not here.
Let's move to that location.
Asked him if he's seen a leaper. I don't think he knows how to talk. Well, you know what I mean. Apparently there's 3 that spawn down at this end. Oh, there's a guy up there. Oh? Oh. Where are they, man? I'm gonna go ruin this guy's day. I have no leapers. Or I'm gonna die. You know, you never know. But where was this guy though? making so much sound.
Hold on. I'm gonna say fuck it before you kill me, because you aren't getting it. Cool, you can have that random junk loot I found. I was out here getting snitch parts.
I'm sorry, Chaxter. Now you've made me feel bad.
You should feel bad.
I was actually gonna res him if I had... I was gonna res him if I had it. I heard something. Just rob him? I mean, he's not... I just want leaper units, dude. Alright, whatever. I'm just gonna leave. Recycling the medium shields for the arc relay. Yeah, or the circuitry, you mean? Yeah, I mean, I have so many of them anyways. Dude, I checked all 6 spawn points. There's just no leapers. I don't know. Oh god, not the Rocketeer. I'm sorry!
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Jesus. I'm with the juke. That was close. I feel bad. See, this is the problem with solo. I honestly feel bad that I killed that guy. I really do. Fuck him. Just a game. Yeah, I know. I know. You're not wrong. You kill him because he has no loot. Okay. All right. All right, Satan. Relax. Are you actually doing solo queen runs? Well, yeah, so there's a glitch that you can do to kill the queen. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's a glitch. It certainly feels like one. You can put a blaze grenade trap on its like on the queen's inside, and she'll basically just die in one grenade. You like stick it in the queen's butt, and it instantly kills her. Is it a really specific? I think it's like fairly specific, yeah. Doesn't sound like a glitch to you? I mean, it's just a well-placed grenade. Seems intended to me. I gotta go to the bathroom, chat. I don't know. I should probably go to bed. But I'll be right back.
Someone broke into the East Wing storage rooms. Not sure what's left. Check for yourself. tell them Sector C5 has been waiting for hours.
Maintenance is short-staffed. If your lights flicker, we are not coming.
Update. Sector 4 elevators out indefinitely. Though, stairs make healthier survivors anyway.
All right, I'm back. Proceeds to play off stream. I mean, if I play this game, I might as well stream it. I honestly, I kind of regret not streaming it more. It's just, I don't know, dude. To tell you the truth, it's like I kind of miss like gaming with the boys, you know? Like back when I was in high school, I would just like all hop on and I mean, like granted I can still stream it, but like it's kind of like a I don't know, just like hanging with the bros, playing games, just chilling. But I might as well stream it. It's just sometimes it's nice to just chill. Yeah, like not that streaming isn't chill, but
Maintenance report to Tunnel 3. Immediately, Tunnel 3.
how many laser guns do I have? I only have 2. I could have made more, but I sold the parts that I needed. Sadly. Honestly, if I want to go make those legendaries, I should just run the spaceport locker route. Yeah, anti. Oh god, it's on blue. There's a harvester, but it's on frickin' Blue Gate. Ew. I mean, I could try to do it. Anyways, just for fun, I guess. Do we try again, chat? Aren't we bros? Yeah, I mean, don't take it the wrong way. Did I do the door tech? No. Apparently people are getting like banned for doing that. I mean, hell, I don't know. Maybe you can get banned for doing the queen thing, but all right, we just got to get the lobby to join us. We just need to promise people the glory of the loot. and then shoot them in the back. No, dude, I have so much loot. I don't even care. Like, I don't need more. Honestly, I just want to, at this point, I just want to do like funny things and just stupid shit in this game. We're close.
Go to the harvester.
Red alert, raiders. We've spotted a harvester in your area. A queen is guarding it with her life. Only engage if you've brought your best gear. Lots of backup.
Only engage if you've got your best gear. I've got one blaze grenade and a fucking dream, baby. Why is there so many arc here all of a sudden? Did I just kill them, you think? Oh, come on. Yo, chill, bruh. It doesn't have to be like this. Oh, are you actually chill? All right, I'm sorry. I just... Oh shit. Okay. My bad. Here, you want to come in here? You want to come? I'm about to kill the queen. All right. I'm gonna stick this blaze grenade trap straight up its ass, and it's gonna die.
Did you not notice the other guy was wearing white and blue?
Well, you know, I was panicked. So no, I didn't notice. I'm sorry. Do you want some bandages to make up for it?
Nah, it's okay. I'll use my free stuff.
I got 3 here. Take these. I got 3 for you.
No. You're gonna need that with the queen.
All right. All right, here we go. Actually, shit, I think I need to kill this. Is that a fucking rocketeer? Shit. Maybe I should just try to kill it. What do you think, chat? This thing is gonna ruin everything. Yo, homie, why is everybody shooting? God damn it! No! They're crazy out here, man. They're crazy. I tell you. Jesus. Bruh. Please. How do you expect to solo the queen with that loadout? Listen. Bro, this... Okay. I gotta kill it. It's my only shot. What's up, homie? You chill? We chilling?
I feel like you need more people.
If the queen isn't aggroed, it's a lot easier. But it's this is fucking chaos, man. I need to try to kill that rocketeer, I think. Where the hell did it go? Wait, I brought a lure nade. Guy down there. Fuck it, I'm going back in. YOLO! No, why'd you aggro it, you motherfuckers? Oh my god. Okay. I don't think that's gonna do it, guys. Alright, guys, can we just have a truce and loot the fucking queen together? Come on. Come on, guys, it's dead. Let's all fucking loot her up and get the hell out of here.
You guys friendly?
I'm chilling, my man.
Friendly. Friendly.
There's gonna be I might die here, but I don't care. Whatever, we got it. I 15 guys emerge from the forest. Reap the rewards, everybody.
Exactly. Reap the rewards. Everybody eats tonight. Everybody eats tonight.
That shit's so stupid. Yeah, I feel bad. I actually feel like I shouldn't do this again, to be honest.
You guys, we made, like, you guys know each other and then you somehow get in the same or I mean, same behind.
What'd you say?
You guys know each other and just somehow protect each other at the same time.
Sure. I'm game. Go to the cliffside? Yeah, let's do it. All right. The boys, we roll. Good work, gentlemen. Yeah, one of those guys was definitely shooting. Oh, somebody's throwing wolf packs. Wait, oh, is that the free loadout guy?
Hello. Oh,
Welcome. Oh, we got the whole crew.
I had that. Look at that. Fortnite. Yeah.
Check a little flop squat here, no big deal.
Time for betrayal? No, dude. I'm.
I'm just gonna throw a name and hit everyone.
Oh shit! What is that? Well, buddy! No! He can crawl in. He's all right. All right, great work, everybody. That was so stupid. Oh my god. 60,000 XP. Ugh. I like how the moment it dies, everybody is like, "Oh shit, let's loot." Yeah, I think that guy who was crawling in the extract at the end was that free loadout dude that I shot. That was so funny. Yeah, we've got the Hazel loadout, the Xanthus crown. Yeah, I just wanted to do it once. Honestly, I don't really want to like bug abuse on stream necessarily, but I did want to pull it off once at least myself. Basically, you stick a flame grenade trap up like in a very specific spot, and the boss just dies instantly. Yeah. 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 I mean, you know, it's just a well-placed grenade trap. Oh man. That was so stupid. Oh my god. We need complex gun parts though. I sold all of mine. Otherwise I could actually make more legendary guns. Time for locker runs. Yeah. I want to actually use these like legendary guns, but I sold all my I sold all the frickin' parts because I was like, whatever, I'm just gonna get more anyways from hitting the lockers, so not gonna worry about it. Buy one a day. Yeah, you can get so many from the lockers though. I feel like I should just get rid of these keys or use them, I guess. I don't know. I don't have space for this. You get complex parts. From what? Oh yeah, you get mechanical components from these. That's nice. What grenade? You can check the VOD if you want. It's a flame. It's a blaze grenade trap. Well, I'm satisfied now, chat. To be honest, I'm pretty satisfied that we managed to do that. Good night. I didn't say I'm ending my stream. I just said I'm satisfied. uh. Wait, I got 2 level ups from that? Or I guess I had a level up. Oh, I can almost get the loaded arms now. Gonna be so nice. Nobody had tried to kill the queen with the blaze trap before? I guess not. I guess not. The thing is, you need to like place it on it in a specific way, which is kind of like janky to do. And farm levels with that shit? Yeah. I don't know. I don't want to like... I mean... It, like... Clearly it's unintended, but... At the same time, it's not like you're really... I mean, you're just like... I don't know. Like, you're just placing a grenade trap on an enemy, which... Obviously, the fact that they give you the ability to do that in the first place is... I mean, I'm not trying to, like, defend it, because, like, obviously this is... You shouldn't be able to kill the queen in one blaze grenade trap, but... I think the reason... I wonder why it does so much. The queen drops complex parts too. I feel like it's the easiest just to get the complex parts if you go to the lockers. These bugs are ruining the game for yourself. I mean, I've already killed the queen, like, legit. No, like, one normal blaze grenade doesn't do it. I think it's because... Yeah, it's just... Like, blaze... It's like there's just you're spawning a fire pool in like the weak point of the boss. I mean, maybe it's intended. It feels kind of absurd though. I have so much money though. Anyways, yeah. Oh, is this the clip? Let's see. Oh, that was the one with Luke. Oh wait, let's see. Didn't look at the split. There was a guy shooting me. I wanted to look at it, but I couldn't. Plus 45,000. All of your friends that came to loot. Yeah. We could go back in, chat, and go for another one. Oh wait, this on spaceport. You want to see it blow up. I just accept the fact that everybody's gonna come out of the woodworks and loot it, and we're probably all just gonna extract together, and that's fine.
Let's go to the harvester.
No, I've used the snap hook like one time. You can actually get a blueprint for the snap hook. You can make it. Fucking rocketeers here. Oh god, it's looking this way. How are you gonna solo the queen without the hole cracker? It didn't see me, did it? Please turn around. Wait it. Oh god. Oh god. I think this is it for me, boys. Hey, is there anybody out there with a defibrillator? Anybody got a defib? If you res me, I will kill the queen for you. I promise. Help! Help me, please. Well, I'm dead. I should have, I don't know. I should have went down and around, I think. I really thought that it would have turned around, but it just kept going. And then, of course, the Rocketeer aggroed me. And then I was dead. You don't sound desperate enough? Yeah. Oh, and I didn't even have it in my safe pocket. Tragic. Honestly, we've already killed it once. So. Yeah, the Rocketeer is a big giant asshole.
Back again, huh? Can I get you anything else? No lollipops, though. Enjoy.
Honestly, I don't really need to bring any. All I need is the fucking trap. Doing this on Bluegate is like the absolute worst thing ever, though. There's just like, it's in the dead center of the map next to the tunnels. Like, it's just everyone is there. Yeah, having the wolf packs for the Rocketeer would probably be the best strat. Potentially. But I'm also gonna use a lot of wolf packs really quickly. I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. I don't want to just go hit the lockers on spaceport so I can make more of the legendary weapons, but it's gonna take a while because you only get one complex gun part from each locker, and I also don't have a safe pocket. I feel like I should never really go free loadout. Use the keys you have. Dude, you can ride the Hornets in this game, which is like super cool. Holy Loot Goblin. Yeah, that's me.
Looking for precision?
I feel like the UI, dude, the stash needs to be like bigger. The fact that you can only see like 20 items at a time is really stupid. In my opinion. You can get complex parts from the rooms you use the key in. Might go to the trench towers, I guess, and hit those. Put them in my safe pocket. I feel like I should bring more stuff, but at the same time... I don't know. Probably doesn't really matter. I thought that... I thought that just unequipped everything I just fucking bought again. I wish I didn't sell all those freaking complex gun parts now. I want to use some legendaries in a raid just for fun. We have enough supplies to make 8 legendaries now, or 6 more. But that's also 18 fucking gun parts. And I feel like these lockers are super contested now, so I'm probably gonna have to kill somebody, or fucking multiple people. Like, these are not gonna be guaranteed necessarily. I feel like a lot of people are starting to get the locker perk, so everybody's just like running the route. Anything in these buses? Duct tape. Dude, fuck these. Fuck these buses, man. I don't even think you're guaranteed to get like a complex gun part as well. Chickened out already. Chickened out of what? Hey, Malakat, thank you for the Prime sub. Arts do you get out? You get advanced mechanical. I'm trash, dude. That guy should have been dead. Maybe he'll still go down. I just had to like lead my shots there. Oh, well, he's dead. Whatever. Later, dude. I don't even want your loot. I just don't want you to bother me. Well, honestly, might just extract. Got two of them. Maybe we could try to hit the ones over there, but there's an extract right here. Can you make a jump to this and mantle it? I feel so stupid because I had so many of these complex gun parts before and now I'm like farming for them. I had, dude, I've just been selling them like fucking candy. I should have hit the locker room in there too. I just wanted to get the gun parts before somebody else showed up. Well, you can trade for a complex gun part.
Hey.
Not really worth it, but I can make another Jupiter. What's up, Cusa? I wonder how they're gonna change, like how they're gonna change the queen strat though. Well, like, are they gonna make? Do you think they're gonna make it so you just can't place the traps on it, or maybe they're gonna like nerf the damage they deal? I don't know. I feel like making it immune is kind of stupid, but it's weird that you could place traps on her to begin with. Yeah. Well, Kyoza, so I just killed the queen with one blaze grenade trap. One of these, if you place it on the queen correctly, it kills her. One grenade, that's it. I killed her like 20 minutes ago, and like 6 people looted it with me, and we all extracted together. Yeah, yeah, it's definitely gonna get fixed. Yeah, the Venator is really broken as well. It feels like, yeah, the Venator just kills people so fast. I think somebody put out like a spreadsheet of the DPS of guns in this game, and the Venator does nearly 110 DPS. Which that's insane. Because apparently the Venator does like 110 DPS, and then like the Anvil does, I don't know, like 40 DPS, and I think like the Stitcher does 70 about. Kill the queen, you want to see it? I mean, I can try again. The thing is, I need to like I honestly hope I join a raid that's like partway through.
Good to see you in one piece.
Wait, I already had 5 damage. I can try it. I can try it again. I mean, you could just check my VOD, but I can try. I'll try to do it again. It's just, this is on Bluegate, which is like the worst possible map to do it because there's a Rocketeer that spawns directly next to the queen. Actually, hold on. I'm gonna make a... I feel like I should bring a lure grenade and just throw it to make the Rocketeer fuck off somewhere else. Because if I throw it really far, it should chase it, right? Like... There's queens on all the maps, but it's random if like which one it's active on. And the queen isn't even always active. Like sometimes you'll have to wait an hour or 2 for it to show back up. Should I just talk on voice and just tell people what my plan is? Try to like get people to join me or something?
Go to the harvester.
Oh, we joined partway through. Hey, mister? Oh no. He just killed somebody. Was he? Oh, fuck you. I don't even want your loot. Just die. Rocketeer's in kind of a bad spot. Where'd the Rocketeer go? Hi, buddy. Alright. I'm gonna try to kill this queen. I got a blaze grenade trap. I'm shoving it up its ass. You got the same plan? Oh, you got a hole cracker. Okay. Alright, you're fucking loaded up. Alright, hell yeah. We might want to kill this Rocketeer then. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Nice, good shit. This guy is crazy. I kind of want to just like defend him. I feel like this guy is going to be so mad when he brought like 80 of these things and I just shove a grenade up its ass and it dies. Alright, well, he's keeping it distracted. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do this, guys, but I kind of want to try. Oh, fuck. Is it looking at me? What's it doing? What the fuck? There's no way I'm gonna get this. Oh, actually, maybe. Oh no. god, it's looking straight at me. Hopefully somebody sets it off. Bro, get the fuck away from me. Holy shit. Did it even get placed? I don't see it. I mean, it got placed, but I don't... I guess I'll just shoot it with these guys. Fuck it. Together we stand strong, boys. Oh, we shot off its leg. Oh fuck, there's another rocketeer. Oh Jesus. Wait, it's smoking? Holy shit, she's charging! What? No, 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 no. Not like this. Run for cover! Oh god. Holy shit, man. No, 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 not me again, not me again. Holy shit! We almost got her! She's dead! Let's go!
Thanks a lot.
Woo! On the core. I got the good shit. Hey, wait. Who's saying that? I drop you some stuff, homie. You want the queen reactor?
If you didn't mind, I just want.
Here, I got a bunch. So here, you guys. There's 3. Take one each.
Yeah, if you
Thank
don't mind,
you.
I'll take one.
Appreciate it.
Good job, everybody.
Come on, dance with me.
Let's get this loot in here.
Throw a grenade in there. Nah. Loot a reactor? I just want the complex gun parts. I have enough of the queen reactors. Like, I could have taken them, but it's honestly just gonna take up space and whatever. I just want it to be nice. Oh, I'm lagging. Holy shit. I'll wait. What the fuck? What is going on? Well, I'm next to the button. Is somebody still stuck up there? Judo?
Yeah, button there,
What the fuck is going on?
Oh my god, there's no way.
Well, I can press the button, but, Judo, you might be fucked, buddy. Oh no.
Sorry, hope for the best.
Well, that was fun. We can make another legendary. I don't know if the equalizer... I mean, maybe I should just make... I have 2 Jupiters right now. Make another equalizer. Tried in the range. I have, yeah. I think the Jupiter is better for PvP. Apparently both of them are not that great for PvP in general, though. Into the stash it goes. Yeah, I really should, like, run these at some point, just for fun. I think that they're actually best at just killing the queen. How many hours have I played the game? I don't want to know.
No such thing as too many.
That was fun as hell though, dude. That was sick. A fucking whole team, a whole like server working together to kill that thing. Yo, what's up, man? Didn't even matter that I messed up the blaze grenade. Is it still active? Oh, no. Oh, Queen's gone. Oh, wait, no. There's one on Dam. Alright, should we go try to blaze grenade it again, chat? Actually, we should probably bring some more shields and heals. Bring 2 in case you mess up. Yeah, I should probably do that. You're right. I can just put it in my safe pocket anyways, in case. Cause the only thing that sucks is I don't have the recipe for like the blaze grenade, so luckily I have a decent amount in storage. I'm gonna get carried again. Not if I place it right up her ass. Just it's really precise. I probably should have looted that guy I killed in the last round, to be honest, but I just wanted to go to the harvester. If I looted that guy, someone else would have seen that and whacked you. That guy was probably just like... When I just downed him though and didn't even run up to him, like, he was probably so confused. You just let him rot there. Oh my god, I'm right next to it.
Hey, hold on. There. This is Shani. You'll have to be quick on your feet, Raider, because the Leaper does not take any prisoners. Remember the flags. Stand tall and stand
Oh god. Oh no. I gotta get out of here. I gotta go back to my... No, don't look this way. Oh god. Fuck. I gotta go back in.
Look at me going.
Yeah, the cloak would be nice here. Might need to try to kill the Rocketeer. Fucking roots, jeez. Is that Route 1X? Who just joined my lobby, bro? Who's moaning in my ear? Wish I brought more smokies. Alright, here we go. Please don't shoot me. Please, please, please don't shoot me. Dude, come on, man. I'm trying to kill the queen. Alright, we can work together. We can be friends. Are you friendly? Hello? Mister? Alright, I guess you're not. He can kill the queen without you. Yeah, well, you're not wrong. Now I want to kill him, though. He's probably not even killing the queen. Who the fuck is this? I want to kill him, but I don't hear anything. That's what you get, bitch. He's gonna die, it's fine. I want to kill him, but I don't. I want to heal. I'm afraid somebody else is gonna show up. I think he gave up anyways. Yeah, reload out. I think I headshot. Oh, I think I headshot him before. Oh, I headshot him both times. Alright, anyways, let's... Gonna turn around, I think. Alright, fuck it. Go for it. Well, rip. This is so annoying because of the fucking, like... Dude, I really should bring a hatch key. It won't let me cheese the fight. This is bullshit! Maybe I should try to kill the Rocketeer. I don't even know if I have the ammo to kill it, though. If this Rocketeer goes on me, I'm fucked. Getting bullied? Oh, I had it. Oh. Fuck, dude. Should I de-aggro it, you think? Is it aggroed on somebody else? What's going on? Oh, I got it. Dude, what a shot. Oh, I'm on fire! GG, thank you. The grenade from God. Anybody around here? We could be friends. Anybody here? Hello?
What's up, nigger?
What? Jesus Christ. How do I block people from Bruh. How do I block people from joining me, man? Well, somebody's gonna get a lot of loot if they kill me. Hello? What's up, homie? You want some loot? It's all you can join me. Partake in the goods. Feel free.
Where's everyone else? Oh.
It's just me. I shoved a grenade straight up her ass and it killed her.
Oh. Wow, man.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, loot it up, homie.
Yeah, I just need one thing, bro. Like, I think we'll loot everything.
No, it's all good, dude. I got too many of these damn parts anyways. You got a hatch key by chance? I forgot to bring one.
Nah, man, I don't have one. I never. How the hell did you kill this thing?
If you put a blaze grenade trap on its butt, she dies. It's probably not intended, but yeah.
That's crazy. I
Yeah.
saw it blow up, and I only saw you running around because, like, I heard somebody fighting. I was like, I was hoping he wouldn't kill me because I was kind of curious how somebody could fucking kill this thing.
Yeah, it's probably unintended. I don't think you're meant to kill her with one grenade, but it's a bit silly. Yeah, feel free to loot
So,
up though.
Like where on its butt?
It's like right here. Yeah, you want to put it like right around there.
So do you have to climb up on it, or?
No, you can like do it from range. It's kind of hard though.
Oh, just a regular blaze grenade, not the
Yeah,
trap?
the blaze grenade trap. Yeah, you can like set it on the enemy, and it just cooks her from the inside.
That's cool as hell. That's good to know.
Yeah, it's probably gonna get fixed, I'm guessing, but yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, some dude shot me from over on the other side of the next door.
Gotcha. I mean, if you want to loot up, we can go together.
balcony lift.
You definitely need like a couple people to get the actual loot out of there, right?
Yeah, I mean, I can't even take it all. I got a few parts, but
No,
yeah,
I
loot
mean
it
like
up.
out of the Queen's area. Like you gotta, like it takes a couple people.
Oh, for the blueprints? Yeah, yeah, I've done it solo, but it's not very fun. I actually managed to get both the blueprints on like a free loadout before.
Someone snapped in it. Like, earlier, bro. Just watch out.
Yeah, he shot at me too.
Oh. What's up?
You want to do the harvester?
The puzzle? I'm good on the puzzle.
The harvester.
It's dead.
Yeah, I mean.
No, not the queen. The harvester.
Oh, you mean the
You don't
puzzle?
know about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll
You
do
don't
it,
know
man,
about
if you
it.
guys I have no idea how to do it.
I know how to do
Oh.
it, but I've already done it.
I'm probably just gonna go to the testing annex lift, I think. Anybody wants to join me?
Okay.
I'm scared of that sniper though.
Yeah, well, yeah, I don't know where he is.
Sniping? Somebody was sniping you guys?
Yeah.
Was it you?
No, I don't have a sniper. I swear to God, it was not me.
Is that the fucking Rocketeer? Oh man. I'm not trying to get hit by this Rocketeer. I really wish I just had a hatch key right now, chat. Well, if somebody kills me, they're gonna get a fuck ton of loot.
An arc orbiter is en route. The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Can I get advanced electrical components? Any of this? I don't think so. And there's only 9 minutes left, so... Maybe I should have stuck with those guys, but I didn't really care that much to do the puzzle, to be honest. I am a walking loot pinata. I wish I had a hatch key so badly right now. On the right of the queen in the electrical tunnel? Hmm. No, it's advanced mechanical components. It needs to be electrical. Hudson our way over there. I mean, I feel like it's probably it's more likely a bug. boy. Kind of inclined to just wait until the last second, chat. Why does there have to be people up there, dude? Somebody just... What the fuck? What's up, buddy? You trying to extract? Homie?
Don't shoot.
Alright, I won't.
Arc on screen. 5 minutes left. Go
I
find
even got a
your
little
way home.
present for you.
I repeat, 5 minutes.
Alright, you ready?
Hatch open. Proceed to elevator.
Alright, here, take this. Who just shot me? Was there another guy in there? What the fuck? All right, well. Yeah. Make another Jupiter. This is really stupid. This is just really this is really stupid. We'll have enough for 4 more weapons. Bring them in and gift them to Timmy's. What's the point in stacking up legendary weapons? Well, I mean, I could just run them. At this point, I mean, I have so many. The only thing, the limiting factor is like the complex gun parts. I'm kind of tempted to just bring one in just for fun. These would sell well in the stage 6 of the expedition project. Yeah, I bet. Inventory wiping. I don't. How do you even check the rank? I mean, I don't know if I want to kill the queen again, chat. Like, what? I mean, I have 750,000 money. Like, It is kind of fun doing this, but I also feel like I don't want to get like banned. Although honestly, maybe it would be a good thing because it would stop me from playing this game. All right, printing money. The money printer go burr. Wait, I got 2 levels from that? Oh my gosh. Why would they ban you? I mean, I'm just kidding, but like, obviously this is not... I mean, I don't know. There's no way you're intended to kill the boss with 1 fucking grenade, bro. Like... There's just there's no way. It would be balanced if it required like 2 to 4 blaze traps. Yeah, I mean the fact that you can do it in 1 is absurd. Like I know she is weak to fire, or like ground-based arc are super weak to fire, which is why it even works in the first place. But I think what's happening is like because you can place the trap on her, the fire just like it just covers like her entire body. It's like hitting every single limb at once. How is it affecting the ranking? I mean, the ranking is just... I don't even know how you check it. I don't even want to buy these. I mean, it is difficult to place it, but... I don't know. Like, I'm curious if they're just gonna make it not work, or if they're gonna make it... Like, I refuse to believe that that's intended, though. I mean, you're meant to bring in so much stuff to kill the queen. It also insta-kills raiders. Dude, fire in this game is just, like, way too strong. Honestly, I feel like the consumables in this game, the grenades and the traps and all that, are just way too OP. When you throw it, they tank it, and yeah, I still can't believe earlier tonight I threw a trigger grenade like dead straight at this dude, blew it up, and he just, I don't know, it didn't even fucking do anything. It's not intended for every purple weapon to be worse than white, green, and blue. I mean, yeah, the best weapon in the game is the Venator, which is a blue gun. Yeah, the kettle is really good. Same. I really like the Stitcher and the kettle. Like, you can kill people very easily with them. I feel like there should be an augment that makes you... I feel like the augments, or there should be like a shield that's good against like explosives or like traps, like some sort of effect. Like maybe reduced explosion damage or something, like reduced trap damage. I don't know. Because like one of these trigger nades, if it hits you straight up, you just die. It's like it's like an insta kill. There was a team that we were fighting. We did like a night raid, and the team wasn't even using guns. I mean, they had guns, but they were just they would just throw grenades. They would throw these trigger nades and just instantly set them off. Like you can throw them, and the moment they land on the ground, they're already like exploded. I'm gonna go to bed before the stream ends. Yeah, I gotta fix my schedule. I should probably go to bed. I'm actually feeling kind of tired now. I killed Sure4 during my offline games. Wait, really? I don't know who that is, but I assume that's a streamer. Yeah, I saw the egg game. Thought today was an Elden Ring stream. No, we were doing some horror. You stick one to a teammate and have them run into others? I mean... I actually don't know. I want to try to ride a Hornet, chat. You can actually ride the robots in this game. I want to try, just for fun. Can throw Hornet drivers to some drones. That's how you rode the Rocketeer and got the achievement. Oh, can you ride the Rocketeer too? Old Dis would have played the egg game already. Okay, we could try to kill a Hornet and then do that just for fun. It'll do a flip after some time to shake you off. Do the Hornets do that as well? I think the Hornets don't if you get on them. Do I have any quests here? Well, I have to destroy a Leaper.
Only engage if you've brought your best gear, lots of backup, and a very good plan.
Oh, you know what? There can actually be blueprints in these. Or I've seen somebody here? Did I just hear somebody, or is that me? fuck? Oh wait, there's only 16 minutes left. That's so weird, dude. I swear I just heard somebody like fall.
Surveyor, down there.
I just want to ride a Hornet, man. We could go look over this way and see if there's a leaper, I guess.
Snitch, by the domes. Hornet.
Here we go, guys. If I shoot off one of its rotors, do you think I can still get on it? I have a zip line. Maybe I could, like... How do you actually get on these things? Stun them with a nade? Come on. Okay, hold on. All right, take me. No. Oh, damn it. Come in here. Come on, get in. No! Fuck yeah. Where are we going? Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Stop that. I'm on top of the fucking world, baby! He's trying to hit me off, but he can't. We're gonna ride it to the queen. Take me to your leader. I have a luring nade. What happens if I... Take me that way. Doesn't really seem to work. Oh, wait. I can't really control it is the thing. I feel like the fact that it's missing its like back rotor is messing this up. Oh! My I'm sorry.
You have 10 minutes to return to Speranza. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Tried to shoot me. Oh, great. Oh, great. Hey, it's fine. We can ride this one. Oh, I thought that lit me on fire. We could go try to kill the queen. I mean, there's like no time left in the match. To kill her with what? This grenade. It's all you need. Is there a bastion down here?
Hornet. Wasp up there. I've got a wasp overhead.
Is it aggroed? Wait, it is. What's going on over there? I can try to do it. The Rocketeer's probably gonna end my life, but whatever. The Rocketeer is smoking. Wait, this looks like a good opportunity. Goodbye. Hey, buddy, I know somebody's in that. Is somebody in that puzzle room? Hello? Mr. Puzzle Man?
All raiders, we have Ark on screen. 5 minutes left.
I do this every game over PvP. What do you mean, man? You're just getting loot. You think that's intended? Probably not. No. This guy's keeping the Rocketeer busy. Alright, I'm gonna go. Actually, there's probably a few more parts. Don't want to get too greedy, though. Well, that guy's got a Rocketeer on him, so I'm gonna leave. I kinda wish I had stims right now, not gonna lie. Should probably bring some. 144 pounds I weigh. It's the blaze grenade trap. Alright, well. I have more money than I could ever want. And I got to ride a Hornet, so that was fun. Alright, we have successfully cheesed the queen enough. They're definitely gonna fix that. Big XP, baby. Let me solo her. I don't know though. I don't even know what to go for in the skill tree anymore. All right, well. $250,000. Well. All right, we got 3 Jupiters and 3 equalizers. And enough for 6 more. Okay, Are we gonna use them? I mean, we could go into a raid with it. Honestly, I kind of wanted to use it in like trios, but I mean, we have so many. Can always make more. Yeah, exactly. It's just the complex gun parts are kind of annoying. It's called a blaze grenade trap. I'm not sure how you can make them, but I'm able to make them. I don't know if I got a recipe or if you just need... Because I can make them in the workbench. So yeah, I don't really know. I think people were saying it's from the red tree. Like this... Apparently it's... this one. Oh wait, no. This one. Yeah, I've only found 24. Yeah, no, I don't have the blueprint, so yeah, you need the skill. It's definitely gonna get fixed, though. Hopefully I don't get banned for doing that. I mean, I don't know. It's not like I'm... Like, you're just using a grenade on the boss, which they let you do, so, like, yeah, it's kind of stupid, but... Oh, nothing happened. I mean, honestly, money is so... I got it. This game is like so easy when it comes to getting loot. Like, dying in this game really doesn't feel bad.
You made it.
The barricade glitching. Yeah, I mean, that's clearly like an exploit. The leaderboards, yeah, maybe. What's up, Zoodle? I don't even know how you check your leaderboard rank. Like, where even is that? What do you mean, zero players knocked out? Well, that you can see all your round history. Position 89. The thing is, the rewards from these don't have anything to do with your position. My god, how fucking high does this go? Cantina Legend? Jesus. What's like the high? I wonder what like Shroud's at right now. Probably in like wild card. Because I think it's not like a... I mean, it's still like you just have to progress through them. Highest is tryhard 3. Oh. Ground-based arc were part of the leaderboards. Well, is that how... Is that how the leaderboards work? It's based on the trials? Oh, really? Okay. Interesting. Ah, I'm freaking tired, chat. Game is so addicting, though. I kind of want to ride another Hornet. Should we go do that just for fun? Ride a Rocketeer. Should I bring like a grenade or something?
Got something in mind?
Grenade. Well, what's the... Oh, showstoppers. Fuck, I just sold all those though. Wait, I think you can buy some. From this guy?
Raider, I just finished tuning up some new toys.
I guess I have to get a Hornet driver. Because the only thing that
Still
can
around?
stun them is the showstoppers, right? I don't think I could get any showstoppers right now. Out of all the stuff you don't have the Hornet driver? Yeah.
Still no.
There should be several cafes in both Old Town and the city center of Buried City. I think they called them trattorias.
Espresso machine. Coffee pot. What a fucking shitty ass quest.
Still nothing.
Volcano 3, that's
Don't blame
actually
you.
decent, I guess.
Think carefully about what you're...
I mean, we can go on the dam, I guess. See if we can ride it. I mean, if we kill a Hornet, we could pick up the driver and then throw that to stun, right? So, I guess we can do that. Somebody might kill me while I'm messing around with this, but whatever. I don't really care. Or stream snipers a bother. I sold my cloaks, but I think I can make them. So are these electrified too? Wasp driver, can I? Oh, is this a Hornet? Oh, I joined in late. Can you, like, go up this thing? Doesn't seem like it. I don't see any robots anywhere. It's like a war. Fuck was that? We could go say hi to these guys. There's no Hornet over there. Honestly, I don't really care to kill people. I actually just want to ride the Hornet. Well, I would like to kill somebody while riding a Hornet. That would be sick. What does that sound? Oh. And I could let the snitch summon, maybe. Come here. I need him to get in here. Let's go, buddy. I'm gonna die if I fall here. Come on, where is somebody? Oh! No! Help! Anybody out there? I need saving. I forgot my parachute. Is anybody out there? You know, it's funny though, if I had the survivor looter, I could actually still make it out. But I'm gonna bleed out. Not that it matters. Alright, whatever, that was fun. But yeah, dude, it would actually be sick if there was like a parachute in this game or like something like that. Maybe it would be a little bit too OP, but at the same time, like, you could easily just get shot out of the air. So, I mean, the zip lines are kind of like that. What a raid. There's the damaged parachute. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, maybe the snap hook could actually save you in that situation. I don't really know. I don't think you can use items though while you're like free falling. Oh man, I wish there was somebody I wish there was somebody I could have shot at. Like, dude, I want to ride a Hornet and just like start like mowing somebody down and they're just gonna be so confused. They're probably just gonna shoot the Hornet and make me fall, but this would be so, it would be so funny. Oh man. Oh, all right. I think it's time to call it a night, gentlemen. Mitch is still playing? It's 4 a.m. What have I done to Mitch? I've ruined him as well. No, well, Mitch was like, yeah, I think I'm proud. No, N-Boss is playing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to ruin my sleep schedule anymore. It's already it's 4:20 a.m. I'm fucking hungry though. Like I'm kind of want something to eat. I think it would be fun to play this game with like Ella, but I don't think he's interested. He's too busy egging. McDonald's breakfast menu is on after 4:30 or 5 a.m. Might be a McDonald's moment. Actually, I mean, I have some stuff I could cook downstairs too. Gotta lure him to play it. No, I don't think he's interested. And that's fine. I mean, honestly, I don't really like PvP games that much, but I don't know. This is the main reason I've been playing this so much is because like my friend, like a lot of people I know have been playing it. It's just been fun to play in a group with my friends. That's how games get popular. Yeah. I need to try to get more blueprints, but I don't know how to get them, man. The blueprints seem so rare. I really want to get like the Survivor MK3 blueprint. It says the XCS Han and Dota player. Yeah, well, okay, like, I guess I should say I don't like streaming PvP games. Because I've kind of built my entire stream on, like, playing, like, single-player games and horror games and stuff and speedrunning, but it's more of a looting than a PvP game. Yeah. In solos, a lot of people are nice. You know what? I will say it's satisfying when you tell somebody you're friendly and then they just keep shooting you, but then you end up killing them. Just like, oh, it feels so good. It just like activates. Or they extrap camp you and lose, yeah. But I mean, I don't blame people, by the way. Like, it's just satisfying when you kill them, that's all. But like, I don't think badly of people that are like full aggro. Like, if somebody wants to try to kill me, that's fine. It is kind of annoying when you're like, when you literally have nothing and you're just, you know. But the thing is, they don't know that. You could say you have nothing. You could say you have nothing, but it's not like you can really tell. The only thing that you can see on a player is like their weapons that they have equipped. The damn grounds bridge room. Where is that? Yeah, people who act friendly, and if anybody like says they're friendly, I'm generally still like looking out. I'm still paying attention to them. Which you definitely should. If you say you're friendly and you're like chilling with somebody and they are like running around, like constantly moving around, and they have their gun out and they're just acting sus. I feel like it's kind of easy to tell when somebody's has like bad intentions. Not always, but yeah, I could never tell somebody I'm friendly and then backstab them. That's just not, it's not me, man. Go to sleep already. I'm just chilling, man. Just vibing. Just above the control tower, the little bit sticking out, one of those rooms has 2 security breaches and red lockers. The thing is, the security breaches only give... like, weapon blueprints. So I don't know why, like, the lockers would have more blueprints, but maybe they do, I guess. Or maybe it's just, like, copium. Break schedule until it's fixed. I can't stay up all night. It's not gonna happen. Oh, Mitch got off. Good night, Mitch. Wait, oh yeah, when is the state of play? Blue Gate Night Raid.
You're in the right place. Quick feet save lives, usually. Try not to lose.
Oh, what's up, Mitch? Nice, dude. I kind of want to just go see... How many anvils do I have? 12? Jeez. Do I have one that's like really low durability or something? Placing the nade with, yeah, it's hard to place it right. Yeah, I managed to kill her a few times. As you can see, I have 1,000,000 coins now.
Always better to be.
You're back.
Why did that go into my inventory? Oh my god, I'm yawning so much, chat. Yeah, I struggled quite a few times placing that thing. I don't know about that claim. It's better to have the mats to craft what you want. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would agree. Because, yeah, well, actually, I don't know. It's hard to say. Because upgrading the guns takes a lot of materials, so, like, you can hoard all of the mechanical components and stuff. But if you're gonna make a weapon and then fully upgrade it, it's going to take less space. Because there was a point where I had like 100 mechanical components and like 100 of the frickin' advanced ones.
Have your eyes adjusted to the dark yet, Raider? Loot is ripe for the picking while most
Another
of
run.
Toledo is asleep.
Maybe I'll get a sick blueprint.
Suppliers say that Ark is twice as vigilant after sunset.
What are the trials? Damage wasps, carryables, fireballs. Honestly, I don't even really want to fight. The thing about the thing about blueprints in this game is that killing people, you're never going to get a blueprint if you kill somebody. Unless you kill somebody on a free loadout with one. Because, like, yeah, I know it's the edge of the map. I'm just sitting here, I'm just talking to you guys. Even if you get a if you get a blueprint, it's just going to go straight up your butt. So, killing people doesn't... Killing people, like, I mean, I want to find blueprints. I don't really want to kill people. I mean, I'll kill them if I have to. I know that... I wonder if, like, raider caches are better at nighttime. Is that a leaper down there? I don't really know where I should go to loot. I don't really want to go to the tunnels. But... oh god, I'm way too tired. I really shouldn't have joined this game, chat. I should go to bed. I really should go to bed. I mean, I do need to kill a leaper. Could just shoot it and hope nobody comes over here. Can I like cheese it somewhere around here? Oh, I think I can cheese it in here. How did I... my aim is terrible. This is gonna use all... Am I even gonna have enough ammo for this? Yeah, I know one blaze grenade in there, they get like fucked. Are the legs the weak points? He's like stuck. I don't want this thing to... Be nice if you could like craft ammo on the fly. I don't think these are gonna aggro to me. I need to wait for them to fly away. What the? Fucking guy is like... Dude, I'm not gonna have enough ammo, man. I'm so bad, I just... Die, you bitch. It's almost down. Go for the melee finish. Oh. No ammo. How many of those do I need? Oh, alright. Well, we got the quest done. That's good. We're on that 0 to hero run right now. Is there a weapon crate spot nearby? In the tower? Oh, here.
Let's go to
Yeah.
the adorned wreckage.
I remember. We're back in business, baby. I think these black crates can give blueprints. Maybe it depends where you loot them, though. Yeah, I should probably just try to do all the trials every time. How much time is left? 16 minutes? Is there only one extract?
Head home at the Overlook air shaft.
Yeah, sorry the title is a debate. The queen isn't active anymore. Oh, what is this? I doubt you could get blueprints off these. I had to guess. Oh. Okay. What it fucking summoned on me, dude. Maybe there's a blueprint down here. Knowing that you can't put the rubber ducky in the augmented slot. I did get a blueprint. Wasn't a good one. Yeah, I know you can use the power. Oh wait, you can use these to... No. I know you can use these. I think there's gonna be... I feel like on Night Raid, there's like way higher chance somebody's just like camping the extract. Thanks to its durability. Oh, really? That's interesting. I mean, maybe in the checkpoint there's some good stuff. I don't think you can find blueprints in the cars, though, right? Like, probably not. Maybe in the buses? Oh. Hello, everybody. There's slaughter in here. Nobody even got to loot the lockers. Patrol car key. I just want to find a blueprint. Is there another building you can...
The safe window is closing. 10 minutes to get out of there. I repeat, 10 minutes.
Get so much metal here. What the fuck? Yeah, seeds are good.
Let's head home at the warehouse air shaft.
Oh. And just go to the extract, I guess. I feel like I'm probably gonna run into somebody. Night raids are just kind of crazy. I don't have any heavy ammo, but whatever. This guy's definitely not friendly because he just killed somebody, but there's also 2 Rocketeers, so if I try to fight, I'm basically just gonna die. You're not going. What's up, buddy? Yeah, I'm down to just get out of here if you want,
5 minutes left. Go find your way home. I repeat, 5 minutes.
What'd you say?
I'm down to get out together, pal.
Alright, yeah, no, I'm down too, man. I was just trying to do a quest this raid, so I just got a leaper unit up my butt.
I feel you.
Oh shit, the Rocketeer's looking at me. Well,
That's not good, buddy.
no, I'll go try to hit the switch. Fuck it. Holy shit, there's dead bodies all over here, man. We hit the jackpot. probably hit these bodies. Probably loot it up, but...
Hey, don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Don't shoot! Hey, don't shoot!
Want to team up?
Everyone's here. The party.
Don't shoot!
Oh, free loot?
Oh, there's free loot. Oh, take it. I'm pretty full, so it's all you guys.
I'm full too.
There's another dead body down here. Do any of you guys need light bulbs? This guy's got 2.
I think we're all in. We all in? Another dead body?
He's got light bulbs. You're gonna need it for your expedition. He's got 5 of them.
Check this out. How'd you like this?
Alright, we can get out of here. Take us home, brothers.
Last warning. 2 minutes left.
Farewell, gentlemen.
The window is closing.
Okay. I like how there's 5 people that came out of the woodwork there. Like. Ugh. If you shot that one dude, the friendly squad would have descended. Yeah. I'm glad we talked it out. I had so much fucking metal scrap on me, actually. Which I like picking up because I turn it into these mechanical components. Last one to get a blueprint. Uh-huh. What's the best way to make money in this game? Shove a blaze trap up the queen's butt.
Hey, no rush with
Hope is a fickle thing, you know. I try not to get too caught up in it. But a night like this makes me want to get carried away. Even if it's not forever. Even if it's only for a little while. It's just nice to see everyone smiling for once, don't you think?
They love my Leaper Pulse unit.
Hey, no rush with the
There should be several cafes in both Old Town and the city center of Buried City. I think they called them
I think we're close to having like all the quests done. Bye, Ducky. Should probably upgrade these. There we go. Stash freed up. If you want to see me kill the queen, just go check the VOD. We did it. We did it like multiple times. Yeah, we extracted with 250,000 earlier. I'm tired, chat. I should go. Q's another raid. Well, now that you say... No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I have all my benches upgraded, Max. Chill here for 5 minutes and then queue another one. You know, I wonder how much... I actually killed a few wasps there. How much did I got 2,000. I should really do a run where I just try to get, like, all the trials done. Because I bet... the rewards from this is probably my best chance of getting a blueprint. But it's probably easier to do that in a trio, I imagine. Because I think you get the same amount of points regardless. So, in a trio, it would definitely be a lot easier. Especially because I don't have fucking blaze grenade recipe, so the bastion one would be kind of annoying. No, you can do like each one individually. I mean, the trials is what got me the blueprint for the combat Mark III, which is pretty nice. You think the blaze trap can kill the bastion? Oh yeah, 100%. If you place a blaze trap on that thing correctly, it probably kills it. I would imagine. I mean, if it can kill the queen, I imagine it can kill any of the ground-based arc. I mean, hell, if you could put it on the Rocketeer, you might even be able to kill it. Didn't I go to sleep? I woke up at like 3 p.m. yesterday, so... That's why I'm up so late, but... I want to get back to my normal schedule. Destroying the fireballs only counts to the last person who gets the KO. Oh, really? That would explain why when I was trying to do the fireball one in a team, it was like it felt like we killed so many of them and we didn't actually I didn't get any points. Or like I barely got any points. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed, chat. It is time. It was honestly time a few hours ago, but whatever. It's been fun. I hope you guys have enjoyed me blazing the queen and everything. Oh my god, I can't stop yawning. Tomorrow, chat, I have a sponsor. Wait, let me see. I have a sponsor tomorrow, actually, for, what is it for? The Last Caretaker. Oh, wait. I saw some streamers playing that. Yeah, I have like a 2-hour sponsor for The Last Caretaker tomorrow. So we are gonna check that out. It's like a survival crafting game, I think. Maybe we'll try to continue the Elden Ring. The Elden Ring run as well. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm probably making so many of you guys in chat yawn. Yeah, it is time for bed. It is definitely time for bed. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I imagine there's a lot of people here who normally aren't able to watch me at this time, so